Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
It looks like we're actually live this time. Um, and I have sound coming from somewhere.
Did you mute the channel that you're lurking on?
How's that? There we go. Hey, everybody. For those of you who are in stream and watching us, can you let us know? 1, can you hear us? 2, is anyone too loud or too soft? And 3, is there that weird echo from last time?
It's no echo.
No echo.
No echo. Yay. So
we did it.
So staying up until 3 last night, completely redoing all of my setup appears to have worked. Yay, Meg, thank you so much. And I can actually see stuff now. This is very, very cool. So yeah, if you haven't checked out the channel, I did a little bit of work yesterday adding a few things to it, so it's not quite as empty as it was. And this time I remembered to click the little button, which by the way should be default on, that says save for VOD so we can put stuff on YouTube. I didn't realize that last time, so yeah. Last one was basically a early adopter, early supporter benefit stream that only about 20 people plus us is ever going to remember. And it was really good, which is sad. You guys missed it. So, speaking of which though, why don't we, do the go around the horn thing and introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, where people can find you, and the spirit that you are playing, a little bit of their background. And then I'll ask some folks to fill everyone in who wasn't here last week about exactly what happened and the horrible traumas that I visited upon a couple of you. So, hey, why don't we start with Hell first?
Hi, my name is Hel. You can find me most commonly on Twitch, but I also make TikToks and am on Twitter all the time. All the time.
All the time.
It's unfortunate. You can come hang out with me on stream. We like to play really hard games whilst learning stuff. It's kind of the brand. And the character that I'm playing is Siggy. I'm a kobold monk. And I was converted to the religion of Bahamut by a human cleric who came through one day. And they like persuaded me to try and like make my kobold chieftain let them go through. And it worked because they offered me gold and told me that I could worship a dragon. So here I am. I'm motivated by gold and dragons.
Yeah. Rachie.
Hi, I'm Rachie H. I started off on Twitch about a year ago on a game called Twitch Sings, which no longer exists. So I used to sing a lot. Now I am a variety streamer. You can find me at Rachie H on Twitch, and I've also got Twitter, which I'm rarely on, so I'm the opposite of Hell, and Instagram and stuff like that. And also, if you're interested and you want to laugh to cheer yourself up, my husband and I as part of Twitch Things, fully remade a Backstreet Boys video where I play every single Backstreet Boy. So it's I want it that way. So if you want to see that on YouTube, it's pretty funny. Might make you laugh at my goatee when I'm dressed as like AJ and stuff. Yeah, so that's me. I'm like an artsy fartsy person. I do lots of arty stuff. And D&D wise, I am playing a halfling rogue called Freya. She is an assassin and lives a nomad lifestyle. So he's not really used to having friends and family because all she's really known is death. And she went through a little bit of trauma last week, which I might tell you about later. Also, Megan, I stole your announcement thing and put it in my Discord, just so you know. Word for word, stole it.
Beautiful.
Good.
Hey, yo, tough.
Hey, I'm 98 Tough Love. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch. You can find me on relatively most social medias at 98 Tough Love. Or Tough Love 98. Sometimes I use the 98 Tough Love for an account that I forget the password and email to, so I have to remake. I'm currently playing a lot of spooky games this month for October. We've just unlocked a whole bunch of them, and I'm not looking forward to some of them, but it'll be fun. D&D wise, I'm playing, my character is Aurora. She is a human rogue who is a former crime boss. She kind of built this empire from the ground up because she was very, very envious of nobles. She would go to their homes and train their children in sword fighting, and she did not much care that they got to have a much better life than she did. So she started killing and building a business out of it. And that's where she is now. She doesn't like being dirty. She doesn't like being touched. She doesn't really like people. So she's a bit hoity-toity sometimes.
Lovely. Yomoro.
And I am Morrowind in my sales. I used to be a variety streamer who then eventually became a Link to the Past randomizer runner. And now I just don't really stream a whole lot.
Because
I'm
you
on
took an arrow to the knee.
I did take an arrow to the knee. They're two big facts. Hell is my IRL waifu. I do a lot of videos on TikTok about Pokemon card openings and motivational thingies on top of it. I need to do what our DM suggested and start putting inspirational Pokemon, just really merge them together.
Yes.
You can follow me if you want. I do occasionally stream when I feel like it randomly, but I think I'm the least active out of all of us. I'm playing Shirley Sweettooth. She is a sweet hippie grandma type. Except she loves murdering her ex-husbands because they're all jackasses.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how they become ex-husbands. You don't have that many
Right,
ex-husbands.
yes.
You have former
Yeah.
husbands.
Former husbands who I ex with an axe.
Yes.
Or
Or
we get
poison.
creative with it. Yeah, or poison or whatever.
Or you smash their skull in with a shillelagh. Whatever.
Yeah, something. We freehand it.
She's the Black Widow.
Yes. She's a sweet grandma. She's a little bit too curious for her own good, and she cares about her friends a lot, even if they don't necessarily reciprocate. It's a grandma's duty to love her grandchildren regardless, and she takes that to heart.
Yes. Yes. And I am Zero Daylight or Zero or Michael or whatever you want to call me, narrator, GM, DM. This is the second time I've streamed, and so far, technically at least, it's going a lot better. By the way, I fixed the timer version of the players thing, so it's not all jumbled up and weird anymore. So hopefully that will work. And I added the lore back. So yeah, if you want to, actually, it just timed in, but if you want to know what we're doing and what's happening, you can just hit the command lore. If you're curious about our players, it's command players. And that's about all you need to know. So we are playing a homebrew Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition limited series, a two-parter. Last week, we had a lovely time exploring a haunted mansion in the dreamscape, basically. So all of our players are former players in our main campaign who play the character of Ghost, who is a haunted halfling, or, well, possessed by a variety of spirits that we like to call the Menagerie. And these are all members of that Menagerie. And have had fun partaking out in the living world in some of the party shenanigans, but have faced a bit of a mystery in the haunted mansion that they all share. That mystery is the other spirits are disappearing. And last session began with the party kind of leaving their areas of comfort into unexplored regions within this somewhat kind of surreal, not kind of ordinary space, kind of subjective reality of the house. So who would like to tell us about the first fun encounter you guys had?
Would you like me to tell it?
Sure, but I mean, it's about you.
Yeah. So we decided to explore down in the house. And we went down a corridor. There was some stuff that I could see that nobody else could see, that was just like these spirits going into the walls. But then Siggy could see them too. And Siggy, you thought you'd seen them before, is that right?
Yeah.
The things
Yeah,
that were going into the wall. And then we came to a corridor that had 6 doors, 3 on each side. We listened to the first door. There was a creepy woman singing behind it. So we were like, nah, no thanks. And then we listened to another door. Behind that door was a child playing that then got shouted at. And then we were like, oh, let's go and save the child. But when we went through the door, we couldn't find anyone. And there was just like lots of foliage. And then there was like a pond or a fountain or something. And Shirley talked to the frogs that had gold eyes. And the frogs told us there was a monster who was with us. And it was everywhere. And then I saw a book under a bench. And I found the book. And the book was a book from my childhood. And then Siggy saw a house. And we decided to go in the house. And then me and Aurora looked at a desk because it looked like it had been gone through but put back really neatly. We were trying to figure out what might have been taken. And we found out that no finances were in the house. We were like, oh, there's no finances in this house. That's a bit strange. But we were talking in thieves' cant. And so Siggy and Shirley were like, we don't understand what they're talking about. So we'll go and explore a kitchen. And the kitchen smelled of pie.
Custard
and
pie.
Spices and custard and stuff. And then basically the house decided to attack us. So the stove, the cast iron stove, attacked Siggy first, and the bookshelf with all the recipes on it attacked Shirley. So they started to fight with that. And meanwhile, the desk decided to attack Aurora. So we then had to, so me, Freya, and Aurora were fighting a desk, and Siggy and Shirley were fighting the stove and the bookshelf, and we managed to finally kill them. Then we went upstairs because Siggy could smell blood, and I knew something creepy had happened up there.
Oh, there was a teddy bear resting all by
the
itself
teddy
at the
bear.
top.
There was a teddy bear. Yeah.
I
And so
tied up the teddy bear.
Aurora stepped over it. Siggy picked it up and tied it up because was a bit thought this is a bit strange. And then we went into this room that smelled of blood, and nobody else could see anything, but I could see 2 like halfling figures dead on the bed. Pull back the covers, and it turns out that that was basically the first killing that my parents ever took me to, or that I witnessed as a child. And the teddy bear that Siggy had was the same teddy bear from my book, like complete replica of my book. And then finally we were able to get out of the house, and we were like, let's go. And we left. And then we went back into the corridor, and we found another room that I listened to but was too traumatized, so couldn't hear anything. So Shirley listened to it and was like, hey, that sounds like there's a party behind here. And then I'll let Shirley Sweet Teas take over.
So the next room was a party. It was a wedding, in fact. Apparently it was one of my weddings. I think it was my first wedding. Me being Shirley. I tried to steal some gifts from my own wedding, which I didn't know at the time. It didn't work out for me. It turns out I swiped some poison magically, and that nearly killed me. But thank goodness I have some magical timey-wimey rewind shenanigans. So I was spared and learned a lesson. Then I went to the back room, and where the group encountered my first husband, who was a giant jabroni, really mean, planned to kill me, and wanted to have nothing to do with me. He turned into a giant monster, and I morphed into so preface. I have a grandson. His name is Michael, and he is a stone elemental. I summon him at will. I morphed into my grandson, right? So I basically was controlling him like I was Voltron. And I just started swinging at the giant monstrosity that was my first ex-husband. Murdered him with the help of my teammates because I am not the damage dealer, nor am I the tank. I am very distinctly your grandma. Basically, that's it.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge that Siggy punched a lot of things.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
punched the iron cast stove, punched the big slab meat person.
Yes.
Siggy was just
One
punching
month
everything.
Yes.
Great at punching.
While I did get some of the killing blows, I definitely was not the damage dealer for most of these fights. My grandson Michael did a great job. He's no longer with us. He went back into stone, so we'll come back. We'll get him later. And then I learned a really important lesson about hiding my inner feelings inside of a giant stone. In this case, my elemental, but metaphorically and behind stone walls. So I learned to open up a little bit. I dealt with some of my traumas with my ex-husband, and you know, I grew a little bit. Not like height wise. I'm still short, but like, you know.
Yes.
And then we went outside and we took a short rest, long rest?
Short rest. Yes.
Short rest.
You took a short rest. Yes. And Freya does have the teddy bear as well as the book. And the vial of poison that Shirley had stolen and then subsequently drank and nearly died has subsequently become a beautiful kind of chartreuse yellow-green pendant that you are wearing as a memento of your experience. And since you bring it up, you were able to cheat second death with what we're calling spirit points. So, I mean, it's hard to die if you're dead, but it's possible, you know, for the spirits to fade away, for what makes you people, your sense of individuality and free will can fade, and you can become one of the faceless gray kind of phantoms that you've seen stalking the halls. And the way that you can prevent that is by spending the currency of spirit points. And how that affects reality, sometimes it just rewinds things, sometimes it just, you know, gives you a little bit of a heal or prevents a killing blow. And because you all have short rested, you are all back to 3 spirit points. Few of you used them last time, so I'm going to be nice.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, because Siggy used one as well, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Mhm. Yep.
And Shirley used one and then got one back. Yeah.
Is it 3 each or 3 as a
Three
group?
each. 3 each.
Oh, okay.
And as a reminder, because I'm not trying to kill you, as a reminder, you may use them to do cool stuff. By cool stuff, I mean, you know, just make a pitch. You may certainly use them to prevent your untimely second and permanent death. And you may also use them to help another.
Okay.
So it's for those that are familiar with earlier editions, it's kind of like hero points, but a little bit of a spin on that. Because this is much more about the story of the characters than it is about spirits dying. Although, you never know. So, you've spent, and time is strange here. Space is strange here. But you've spent what feels like a sufficient time kind of regrouping, recovering yourselves out in this seemingly endless hallway. And you have many more doors to explore. What would you like to do? And remember, the sconces on the wall are lighting an area around you, but just outside that area is where you can see still the occasional faceless phantom just kind of drifting through the wall. Sometimes they'll stand. I mean, you can't tell if they're looking at you because faceless, but sometimes they'll lurk just on the edge of the light, kind of almost like they're attracted to it or attracted to you, but not enough to risk braving the light itself. And you remember that as you moved up the hallway, this area of light kind of moved with you. So basically you see 6 doors and then just featureless hallway and then blackness on either side.
I
Do we
just
hear
have
anything?
to break the mystery for a second because I need to know who that is behind Huff.
Oh, Oh, my
my
goodness.
roommate's dog. That's
Oh.
Daisy. She was
just
making a
need
little
to-
mess.
I'm just really sorry. I needed to know who that was. I was like, this dog is having like making a nest, having a lovely time. I need to know who it is.
Yeah,
Sorry.
she's bumpy.
It's one of the faceless spirits.
Yeah.
Right. The spirit of the dog. Okay, lovely.
So,
So,
what are you
do we
doing?
hear anything like in the hallway?
No. I mean, the phantoms don't. I mean, it's almost like you can hear a little bit of a rustling, but it's more of a sort of psychic impression than it is an actual sound. Like
Mhm.
the house isn't silent. The house is never really silent. But there's not any noises that you would recognize.
I want to go listen at the door across from the party.
Okay. Make a perception check.
I have disadvantage because I'm a kobold.
Cool.
Ah! I hate having disadvantage.
Why do you have disadvantage on perception?
I don't know. It gave me that from, I think
Kobold.
it's from being a kobold.
Huh. How about
It's
this?
weird.
I'll give you advantage, so it's a flat roll.
Well, then the first of my rolls was an 8.
Total.
Yeah.
You think you hear, like you're listening and you don't hear anything and you're getting kind of bored and you're looking around, but you do think you hear like a clink, but it's very, very faint. And you might have made it up, or you might have brushed up against the door or something. You're not sure, but you think you
I-
might have heard a little clink.
A clink like
I mean,
tools?
it's just
Or-
it's just a little, like a clink or a chink, or it's just at the edge of your perception.
Is this a bad time to mention that I have a tea set out during our break with some cookies?
Probably.
You probably think that's what it is, but
Siggy goes, I think I hear a clink. You're like,
yeah, you look over and the tea set is not what made the clink, but it did. It sounded like maybe a fork hitting a plate or a tool hitting a bench, or who knows. You just barely heard something.
Let me think. So my intelligence is not very high.
Yes.
Think it might be gold. Like somebody counting coins.
I will say.
oh no.
I will say the more
Oh no.
the more you think about it, the more it sounded like a clink of gold coins.
Okay. Fortunately, my wisdom is much higher than my intelligence. So I'm going to turn to my companions and say, I think there's gold in there. Hey,
No.
like big eyes.
I think our short rest is over, y'all. Just gonna start tidying up.
Packing a bit of tea.
All right.
And
all
what
right.
makes you think that?
I heard a clink. Like coins. Like coins on coins. Clink.
You heard a clink,
No, that's
and so
really
you
all.
assume it's gold.
Yeah.
That does make sense to me with Siggy.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to set her off. We just gotta
No.
entertain her.
Maybe you could listen.
Okay, I'll listen. I'm guessing I'm rolling.
Make a perception
I shouldn't
check.
ask that. don't ask those things.
I'll also listen if you want to. If I'm allowed to contribute.
Sure.
I got a 1.
But you're a halfling.
Yeah,
It's a
you're
I didn't
natural
hear
one.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
If
Yeah.
it's a natural one, you're a
Okay.
halfling and you're lucky, so you get to roll it again.
Oh shit! Yeah, I do. Yeah, it was. I was like, no. Yay, 15, and then I add my stuff.
Your perception.
How do you do helping? Is it like a D4?
It's a 6. 21.
21. On skill checks where helping is possible, it's a narrative thing, and it simply provides the person making the check with advantage. Hearing something through a door is typically not the kind of thing
that I could help with.
right.
Okay.
If someone's trying to recollect, for example, something in their own personal life with history, it's hard to do that if you weren't there. But if someone's trying to remember something about a faraway land, you can assist with that because maybe you know something too. So it's a little bit of discretion about when assist is, but it's very simple. It just provides advantage. However, Freya doesn't need it. So Freya,
But what happens if she lends me her hearing aid, or she lends me one of those old-fashioned trumpet
her
things?
ear trumpet, yes.
Yeah.
It's narrative and you can be creative. However, the good news is you don't need it. So as Siggy paces back and forth, excited by the notion that behind this door, maybe a pouch of gold, maybe a stack of gold, maybe a pile of gold. You hear nothing, Freya, at first. But you're fairly canny. So you hear nothing, but then as Siggy kind of stalks close to you, you do hear clink, tink, 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 very softly on the far side of the door. Then as Siggy moves away, nothing. And then as Siggy paces back near you, clink, clink, tink, 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 clink. So after a few moments, you realize that there is no sound unless Siggy is nearby.
Ooh.
But it does sound, and again, maybe it's because Siggy said it and the image is in your head, but just based on what you can hear, it does sound, I mean, it may not be gold, but it certainly does sound a lot like coin of some sort.
Okay. Okay, everyone. I have listened, and it's a bit strange because I agree, Siggy, calm. It does sound like the clinking of coins or money. But the really strange thing is, it only starts to make sounds when Siggy's close to the door. When Siggy walks away, there's no sound. So I don't know what that means, but there's something there, but it seems to be tied to Siggy.
If you had a
Maybe-
room and I had a room, it stands to reason that Siggy and Aurora will have a room.
Great, let's do Siggy's.
I'm more concerned about Aurora's room, to be honest, than Siggy's. I'm also still a little bit more frightened of Siggy than either of ours.
I mean, you've got to remember, though, that Siggy is obsessed with two things, gold being one of them. The other problem is, the other thing is dragons.
Yeah, but
So
imagine Aurora's family.
I'm slightly worried that we're going to open this door and there might be some kind of dragon.
Should send Siggy first.
Ziggy
Perhaps
likes
they're
dragons.
just like a
That's true.
magnet. We can just use them to attract all the money.
I'm taking it we're going through the door.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I think so, yes.
I feel like Ziggy's like there, like at the door, like.
It's like clawing at it. Like,
The entire time you've been listening at the door, Siggy's been like doing like a excited little dance, like bouncing up and down.
I think you should open the door, Siggy.
Yes. Yes, gold dragons. She just like yanks the door.
Well, it is locked.
Oh.
But
Oh, no.
unlike some previous doors that you have experienced, it like the one in the house, it does. You can feel the handle move, so it's very clearly actually locked.
Okay, well, I have thieves tools. And imagine I am good at picking locks. I don't know if
Probably so.
I'll
Do,
happily. I turn to Aurora and say, "Do you want to pick the lock on me?"
Go for it. I'll sit back and watch.
Siggy does her
Yeah.
best to look really cute. Bag. She's like,
Aurora,
of course, she's a kobold.
yes. Aurora, are you sitting back and watching, or are you providing instructions or constructive criticism? I'm just saying, are you helping in any way, or are you just sitting back and watching?
I'll help a little bit. Maybe more criticism than constructive, but it's something.
Thanks.
Right. Not that. Pick the other one. All right. Then go ahead
Okay.
and you're going.
Yeah.
You're going to be making a dexterity plus your proficiency. With advantage because of the
Oh,
assistant.
okay. So with my proficiency bonus.
Yes. So dexterity bonus plus
Okay.
your proficiency bonus.
Okay, so I got a +4 for dexterity and a +3 for proficiency.
Yes.
So I just roll a 20, add the 4, and then add the 3.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Roll. Good roll. Oh, I got 19.
Yes.
Okay, so 23, 26.
So as Aurora critiques your technique, you don't even use the advantage. You just go click click, and it pops open and swings slightly creakily into darkness.
And then I just look at Aurora and put it back in my pocket. And then I look at Siggy and go, after you.
I like race through the doorway. What do I see? What do my dark vision eyes see?
You see about 20 feet inside the room. So this is a wood panel floor. There's some lovely kind of like parquet border near the wall. And then just kind of old and slightly warped wooden floorboards extending out. And then about halfway through the depth of your dark vision, the boards just kind of end in a little bit of an uneven pattern, and the wooden floor is replaced by smooth but unworked stone.
Do I recognize this place?
No.
Hmm.
It doesn't seem familiar. Just based on what you can see. What you see is a big open space, and then...
So my background is the gnome is mountainous. I'm from a mountain.
Yes.
I'm basically a gnome, but a dwarf, but a gnome.
The two worst things, put them together, yes.
Is there any way I could do some kind of like a nature check or something to see if I recognize what could have made this in a normal setting? Like, is this an animal? Was this picked out by a tribe of some kind, or like is this goblin handiwork?
Sure. If you would like to make your way into the room so that you can get up close to the stone and examine it, yes.
Yeah. I'll walk in behind Siggy.
Alrighty. Is everyone else entering the room, or are you hanging out in the hallway?
I will go in.
I go in, but go in last.
Okay.
I feel like me and Freya have a bit of a tension moment where we're trying to like fight for who gets to go last, and then
Right.
finally I'm just like, okay, whatever.
All right. Yes, Shirley, go ahead and make your nature or survival roll, your choice.
Oh, that was gross. Nature's that, survival's that. That's a 7. That was not my finest day.
I mean, you don't see any obvious tool marks.
Okay.
But the floor does seem rather smooth. But as to why, maybe water ran through here at one point, or maybe it just naturally formed this way, maybe it's like a lava tube, but there's all kinds of potential answers that pop into your mind, but you don't see or find any evidence that would give you a hint one way or the other.
All right. I don't really report back because there's no real conclusions to draw.
Are there any like doors or openings to this cavern apart from the door that we came through?
Just the one that is now slamming shut.
Cool. Cool. Thought I'd ask.
Almost as if the moment you think it, you're all startled as the door, you hear the creaking first as it slowly begins to creak closed. And if a few of you take a couple of steps in that direction, it then slams shut. There is a very, very loud boom as it slams very, very hard shut, and you can hear the echo. I will say, Siggy and Shirley, you may make survival checks at advantage to see if
18.
Siggy?
21.
Well, excellent. Both of you, being attuned to kind of cavernous underground spaces, are able to get a slight impression that you are in a large cavernous space. But based upon the echoes, somewhere in front of you there is a wall or something reflective, because you can hear the echo. You can hear, like, to the sides, not a whole lot, and there's a like a little bit of a delayed echo that comes back very faintly, but coming directly opposite the door, you hear a strong reflection of the slamming of the door.
Okay. Are there any light sources in this room? I'm worried about the fling into human.
I have the ability to cast dark vision. I can do it
Me too.
twice. Okay.
I can do it also.
I've not spent any of my second levels. So I have 3 slots. So if I cast dark vision twice, that's going to eat up 2 of my 3. But I am happy to do that. It lasts for 8 hours.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it, you can. I can also spend 2 key points to do it once.
Okay. You spend one of your 2 key points, and I'll spend one of my spells. How about that?
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right. Freya, come here. Oh, wait, you can't see me. I walk over to Freya. Cast dark vision.
Beautiful.
I do have dark vision. Okay, I just wanted to double check that. I was like, do I need to cast it on myself? Okay. And now I'm casting it on Aurora.
Beautiful.
Yay.
Now, you're never truly in the dark in the house. Even in pitch black, those of you without dark vision still get a bit of a sense, right? But it's not particularly useful. But as soon with the expenditure of magic and key, now you can see much more clearly. It's all shades of gray. And reminder, when you're in dark vision, in the dark, it's as if you are operating in dim light, which means everything is at disadvantage that relies on sight, including attacks, and sight-based perception. However, you now see this cavern as if you are in very dim light. Can't see the ceiling, but you can now see this stretch, this unbroken stretch. The stone is not featureless. There's a little bit of irregularity here and there. Maybe there's a little bit of a rock or a pile of a small pile of dust and debris. But yes, you can now see.
Sweet.
This is cool. Thank you.
This is what I see all the time.
This would have helped my job a lot more.
Mhm.
You should have thought of that about that before you were a halfling.
Yeah. I mean, I had no choice. I was born as a halfling.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's still useful to not be one.
Or maybe I can train you to be an assassin.
Oh, please, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that right now. Sweetie, no.
I mean, we're all dead, so.
It's true. I would have thought
Maybe we
the
could
house
teach
full
you
of
how to
ghosts.
cast dark vision. That'd
Yeah.
be
Nice.
very useful.
I'd like to learn spells.
Okay. So, how do we want to go forward?
Mm.
There's a wall over there. I point to where we heard the echo from.
So do we have to go left or right?
No, it's directly in front of you.
No, but if the wall's in front of us, do we have to go a different way?
I don't know. Maybe
And-
there's a door in the wall?
And you can't see the you can't see the wall. It's outside the range of your dark vision.
Ooh,
But
well,
you-
this is
but-
a big cavern.
Oh yes, it's extremely large. You can't see the ceiling. You can't see either side. And based on your hearing, it goes on, well, potentially forever on either side. But just familiarity with the way echoes work, a couple of you know that there's a wall or a cliff face or something not too far away, but it's further than 60 feet.
Did the clinking of the coins stop?
You can make a perception check with advantage.
Oh, okay. That's a 6.
You are certain you hear it, and then you realize it's actually just you moving, and your party members kind of shuffling around. Kind of everything sounds like the clinking of coins to you at this moment.
That makes sense. Gold.
Yeah. So the rest of you see Siggy, like every time you shuffle or move, just kind of look at you. Like every footstep to Siggy sounds like you're stepping in a pile of gold coins. So Siggy will like look at your footsteps and check out the soles of your shoes. But no gold coins.
Mm.
Let's go investigate the wall. Perhaps there's an opening or something in it that we can use to explore further.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you move forward. After, maybe 100 feet or so, you do begin to see. First, you see just the tips of stalactites descending from the ceiling, and you begin to see just very, very short kind of pillow-like stalagmites on the floor. So as you pace around those, the ceiling gets lower and lower until eventually you have a good look at it. And then before too long, you do see what appears to be a cave wall. Irregular, rough. As you get closer, you can hear the occasional echoey drip of water. There's a scent, Siggy, that is very familiar to you, and probably also to Shirley, but particularly familiar to you. This is deep cavern. It's a clean but minerally scent. The air seems relatively fresh, though.
I grab Aurora's pant leg and I look at her and I go, "Does this seem familiar to you?"
I don't think so. I spent time underground, but not this kind of underground.
That's what concerns me. Okay.
Do you grab the same sticky spot that you made last time?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Just gotta work that
Just
caramel in
sticky
there.
caramel fingers. Ooh.
It's fine. Everything's
Be glad
fine.
I can't reach
It's
your
fine.
cheek, or else I'd wipe that smudge off your.
No, do not. I thank
good.
God I'm like taller than all of you.
It's true.
I'm gonna try and find like a spot on the wall that's like a little bit wet
Yes.
from the dripping, and then like touch it to my tongue to like taste the minerals.
Yep. Yep.
Do I recognize that taste? Is this a mountain that I know?
It certainly does. I would say it brings feelings of nostalgia from your brief youth as a kobold in the Warrens. Has a some? I mean, you don't know. I mean, there could be all sorts of deep caverns that have the same sort of mineral composition in the world, but it certainly seems familiar.
Siggy's gonna do her best impression of a ranger and be like, I know this place.
Great. So where do we go from here?
That
Oh,
concerns me.
not this specific place, but this mountain, probably.
Helpful. Very helpful.
Now, I know mountains, but I don't know this mountain.
Also helpful.
It's underground.
I pop
probably.
out from behind one of the things. Which one's on the floor? A stalactite or a stalagmite? I never
Stalagmite.
remember.
With a G.
Okay, I pop out behind one of them because to amuse myself with my dark vision, I've just been like practicing my assassin darting in and out and like hiding behind different ones while we've been making this journey. I've been at the back like whoosh, whoosh, just hiding behind them. So I'm like, when
lovely, dear. Lovely.
Stiggy wanted to say something.
Been doing
about
unnecessary
knowing the
combat
mountain.
rolls.
Yeah, just like practicing my stealth while I'm at the back, just because it's fun and I'm not used to having dark vision, so it's amusing me.
Why don't you go ahead and make a stealth check with disadvantage because you're making unnecessary combat rolls?
Oh no!
You're still very stealthy.
Don't be stupid at the back. Okay, 12. Okay, roll again. 19. Okay, so 12. Where's my thing gone? Here it is. Stealth. Oh, I've got a 10, so 22.
Yeah. You're just rolling around and doing acrobatics and jumping off of stuff and doing forward flips and all that kind of stuff, and it's just completely silent. Like no one notices until you intentionally pop out. Everyone gets a little bit of a start.
Kelly?
Good job. Well done.
Because you startled me, I'm gonna shadow step and like disappear and reappear behind you.
That's cool too.
Yeah, you should try being a monk.
I'm so proud of my grandkids.
We're wasting
You're so
time.
dumb.
There's a bit of a
Right.
rumble.
A rebel? From where?
Yes. Well, kind of from everywhere, but you feel it through the soles of your feet.
Hmm.
And then there's
These
a
mountains?
well, maybe. Then there's a bit of a lurch.
Like
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Adam's family.
like when a train stops. You're like,
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
jolt.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's somewhat disorienting, but then you start to hear a clattering sound from behind you. And you all probably feel slightly dizzy and disoriented. And then just a few little stones kind of rolling along the floor toward you.
Oh no.
Yes.
Avalanche?
Well, it's a weird avalanche because it's confined to things on the floor. By the time that the little shower of stones begins to roll past you, you realize the reason that you're slightly disoriented is it feels like the floor is tilting
Oh no.
toward the
Are we
wall.
standing on?
Well, it just
So
you're standing on
we're
solid
tilting down
stone.
towards the
Yes.
wall.
Now
Or
it's
up towards the
tilting.
wall.
Oh, great.
Yes.
It's taking us towards the wall.
Yeah. So why don't
Okay.
you all give me dexterity saves?
Okay.
No.
I got a 19 again.
I got a 12.
I got
I
an
rolled a
18.
5, but it's an
Mine's
11.
26. Mine's 26.
Oh, an 11 and a 12, though.
Mhm.
All
Yeah.
right. So Siggy and Aurora. Maybe because maybe you were turning and looking, you just didn't have a chance to really orient yourselves. You feel at first your shoes skidding, and then as you try to backpedal, you both kind of land on your butts and begin sliding toward the wall. Shirley and Freya, maybe Freya was already behind a stalagmite and kind of grabs on.
And just grabbed it.
Right. Shirley is quick enough to take a dive onto something and hold on.
Sticky fingers.
As the whole... Yes, it's true. I should have given you advantage. The stickiness from your good berries, which are flavored as St. Werther's Originals candies, helps you get your grip. It's like chalk for a gymnast, only for you it's sticky caramel. And as you see Siggy and Aurora gathering speed rapidly, as you feel yourselves start to dangle from what you're holding on, the entire cavern rotates 90 degrees. So you guys, you were sliding, and then all of a sudden, as it rotates, you kind of kick off and you are in free fall towards the wall.
Okay.
Now, the good news, it's only, it's not really that far. But it does do that thing like in the funhouse where, because Siggy, at one point you were very close to the wall because you were touching it, but as you fall, it seems to retreat from you a bit, just enough that you can really feel the wind, like you can feel yourself approaching terminal velocity. And then you both smack into the wall. I would like you both to make wisdom saves, please.
Okay.
And I would like Freya and Shirley to make athletics checks.
You
That's
got it.
7.
Okay.
14.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
But since Siggy believes that she's actually falling, she would like to take a reaction to reduce falling damage
Okay.
because she's a monk.
Yes.
So I rolled a 3. However, I have an athletics bonus of 0, so
Yes.
it's still a 3.
Yes. Well,
I rolled.
yes. Go ahead, Freya.
Oh, I rolled a 17, but my athletics is a -2, so it's 15.
Well, the good news is that Freya starts to slip because the stalagmite is both smooth and slightly damp, but you're able to wrap your legs around it, so you are fairly secure. Surely the layer of sticky caramel goes from being an advantage to being a lubricant, basically.
Oh, no.
And you scrabble on a little bit and then you plummet feet first towards the floor. I would like you to make a wisdom save, please, Shirley.
11.
All right. 6. So, Freya, you take 7 points of psychic damage. Shirley, you take 14 points of psychic damage.
How many did you say? 7?
7.
Okay.
As you both slam into and through the cavern wall, which is now the cavern floor.
I've not fallen though, have I? I'm still holding on.
Yeah, you're still holding on. I'm sorry, did I say Freya? I meant Siggy. Siggy takes a 7, yeah. Because of your monk stuff.
Okay. How much damage would I have taken otherwise?
14.
Oh.
My short rest.
Because I can reduce damage by 35.
Oh, falling damage. Never mind. You take none.
Okay.
Oh, right, because it's 5 per level. Yeah. So you like do the thing and you kick against it, and so you somehow are able to not take damage as you fall into and through the floor. So Aurora just kind of and then plummets feet first through what you rapidly realize is an illusion. There's a moment of pressure, and there's like just a little hint against your heels of an impact, but then you slice into it. It's certainly no harder than water. And you all realize, Freya, you see your friends disappear. Visually, it's a somewhat arresting sight. It's almost like they hit a pane of glass that then breaks and spiderwebs out, and as they punch a hole through, and then the glass reforms back into the image of the wall.
Okay, I would
And you are
like
now
to
hanging.
Yeah, I'm upside down on a thing with my arms and my legs.
Yes.
I would like to use the stalagmites to descend. Like, I would like to try and like jump from them and like work my way down as a rogue, like jumping. So that practice of hiding behind them comes into handy because I know where they are because I was playing with them earlier. I'd like to jump my way down because I'm not going to leave them, and I know, and they could be hurt for all I know. So I want to try and get to them, but obviously not just dropping because I'm a halfling rogue and that would hurt.
Why don't you give me an acrobatics check?
Okay. Come on. Let's do this. I got an 11, but my acrobatics is 10, so 21.
Beautiful. So yes, you kind of key up yourself onto the top of the stalagmite, and then through a series of hops and climbs and very impressive acrobatic movements, you're able to get actually all the way to the wall. So it's just like a 5-foot drop down.
Okay. So then I drop.
Yes.
I go and I like see what. Or should I tie a rope and then I've got rope, right?
Sure.
Has everyone got rope? We all have rope?
Sure.
Could I tie a rope to the last stalagmite and then lower myself down because I don't know what's through it? And I think that's what I would do because I think, okay, if maybe this will help us come back.
Yeah.
So I tie a rope and then lower myself.
No problem. So you are now standing on what was the wall. Why don't you give me a wisdom save?
Okay. Whee! 15. 3, 18.
All right. I will say that you are aware. It doesn't quite feel right underfoot. It feels slightly bouncy. And as you look down to where your feet are making contact, you can see a bit of cracking as this veneer of wall shatters under your feet. But as soon as you lift your feet up, it rejoins. It's almost like you're standing.
I'm not that good.
Yep, it looks like you're. It's almost like you're standing on a very brittle painting of a wall, but it's slightly 3-dimensional. So when you put your weight on it, it bows a bit, and there's cracking. Want to just live here now?
I'm probably gonna hold on to the rope, but stand on it because they've gone through it. So I need to find them. Unless there's something I can push through it, but I don't think there is. So because it seems to need weight, and I don't really have anything heavy that I could put through it. So yeah, I think I'm just going to hold on to the rope and then stand on it.
So you're just gonna kind of Yeah, I will say that just based on your intent, you can feel the ground bow a bit underneath you. And you can even see little flakes of this illusion of wall kind of pop off and then dissipate into the air. Unlike your friends, the process is very slow for you. It's a bit like sinking into quicksand.
Right.
As it reaches up above your calves and then your knees and then your waist, and I would say probably about the time it starts to approach your neck and your mouth, you maybe have second thoughts, but you are now deeply, deeply trapped in this wall, and that it very, very slowly, and you can hear it crinkling a bit as it comes up over your ears. And the last thing anyone sees is as it crackles and closes up over your eyes, then over your head.
We died.
Traumatic.
And
That's traumatic.
that's the end. That's the end. No, you all find yourselves on the floor of a much smaller cavern. You can tell that it's a kind of a windy tube. You can even see a couple of passageways, connecting passageways off. It's again a bit disorienting because you fell in, but then you find yourself flat on a floor, like you fell out of a wall basically. So those of you who fell just kind of tumble to a stop as gravity rights itself. And Freya, you find yourself holding on to a rope that inexplicably goes into the wall of this cavern.
Like,
But you touch that wall and it seems to be extremely solid. It doesn't have any bounce to it. But now there is a rope protruding from it.
perfect.
I recognize this area. Is this the wards?
It certainly smells like it. Smells like home.
The warrens. We're home. Home. Home.
Oh, that can't be good. That can't be good.
And I say, Shirley, I think that's your new catchphrase.
Yes, my name is Shirley. Oh.
Wow. Clink, clink, tink, tink. Echoes off in the distance.
Okay. So, what do we want to do?
Tink.
This is your
tink,
game,
tink,
sweetheart.
tink.
Well, I think we go after the coins.
I am not surprised.
Deeply. We're following your direction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's
I'm
go.
half listening, wondering what to do about my rope. I'm kind of like
Pulling it.
jostling it a bit and being like, do I cut this and take it with me? Or do
Buy you a new rope at the grocery store, okay?
I just kind of throw it? I go like, ugh.
Ugh. It's still just there hanging out of the wall.
Yeah, I
Real
just left
elvish
it.
rope?
But
We have
yes,
I
rope
just
at
left
home.
it.
down the tunnel to your left, you all hear what sounds very clearly like the clinking and tinking of metal, small metal objects, possibly coins.
Siggy just takes off at a run.
All right.
We follow. Well, I
I guess
I
we're
follow.
following.
Well,
I'm
Siggy
not
has
gonna
a
run.
Siggy has a
Casually
good
stroll.
head start. So Siggy, you
Uh-huh.
skid to a stop, and you have to skid because the floor underneath you breaks apart and stops being solid stone and starts being little discs of metal. And what you see is a roughly circular or hemispherical room. And it is probably there's a bit of a depression because the massive quantity of gold coins isn't a huge pile. It's a low mound. but you can feel, even as you step a few feet into the room, you can feel your feet sinking into it. So clearly there's a bit of a decline. But it's a huge, huge quantity of gold coins of every make, some very ancient, some mechanically produced, from nations that you recognize and from those that you don't. Scattered here and there, you see, a gem or two, maybe some jewelry. You see one jewel-encrusted, pearl-encrusted chalice sitting relatively near to you. You are calf deep in gold coins.
Siggy just like is beside herself. She like can't move, but starts like shaking like all over from excitement. She's just like vibrating with glee.
Yes.
Okay, grandkids, time to fill grandma's purse.
And as the rest of you, probably not quite as foolhardily approach the room and catch up with Siggy, you see Siggy basically wading in the largest pile of gold coins that any of you have ever seen.
Siggy has reached into her bag and pulled out her jeweler's tool, which she has because
Yes.
gold.
Yes.
She takes like the like monocle thing
The loop.
and she's like inspecting a jewel very carefully.
Yes. It's a very fine tourmaline.
She puts it in her bag and then starts like scooping gold and she's like staring at it.
And you're grabbing some, right?
I mean, just the gem. I'm literally
Okay.
just admiring the gold.
Okay. So you hold it up and you can feel it trickle through your claws, and you can all hear the jangling and clanking as it falls back. It doesn't all fall back though. Where the coins have touched you, it's almost like they've melded with your scales. So your claws down to mid forearm are shiny, shiny gold. Pull one leg out, and your lower leg, shiny, shiny gold. There's no pain.
Siggy's gonna like flop down and like make like a gold angel.
Yes.
Like do it the other way around.
Everywhere your untransformed scales touch the gold, it's almost like a coin or a nugget will just absorb in and changes the color and the surface sheen of your scales to be gold.
Gold.
So you watch Siggy, Scrooge McDucket, in this pile of gold, and very quickly change to be a shiny golden kobold. I'd like you to give me a wisdom save, please.
Oh. Okay. 5.
You are filled with joy. This is your dream, right?
Huh?
Everything else is forgotten, all the weirdness. This is like, I could just be here forever. I finally found my bliss. Everyone hears a very deep and resonant boom, boom.
I don't like that.
I turn to Shirley and say, "This can't be good, right?"
Surely not. That hurt.
Boom,
Hurt.
boom.
But no.
There's a slight shift in the pile of gold. Siggy, you feel a little ugh. Boom, boom. Something about that vibration, you can feel it in your bones. It's making you kind of, ooh.
Get your weapons out, dearies. This can't be good.
I don't.
You cough, and a gold coin tinks out into the pile.
Uh-oh.
And you feel it rising. And you see Siggy kind of stand up and wander around and then kind of go, oh, and then being a polite little kobold, you turn the other direction as a spray of gold coins fountains out of Siggy's mouth, sprays on top of the pile, an impossible amount. And as you vomit out this stream of gold, your scales go back to their ordinary hue.
I have ginger tea.
Boom. You can see the surface of the gold pile vibrating with each beat. And there's a slight kind of cascade as the pile becomes more shallow as this vibration shakes them loose.
I'm gonna shadow step back to Shirley. Say, Grandma, I throwed up.
Take a big step away from Siggy.
Just gonna pat her on the back and see if I have like a little piece of ginger in my pocket somewhere to.
Boom, boom. And then there's a rise in the surface, almost like a wave in the gold pile as something massive moves, almost swims within it, creating a wake. And then you see a long, a very angular snout, large, emerald green eyes, rows of horns, rise itself up on a long serpentine neck, and then clawed hand, another one, pulls the mass of this beast out of the pile of gold. And it looks at you in all of its ebony black glory. I think we probably need initiative.
It's nice knowing you guys.
I say, great, a dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, could have foreseen it.
Surely, you're kidding me. I'm gonna stop doing this.
I need to stop.
Yeah. Disadvantage on everything.
God. 21.
Oh no.
18.
Siggy got an 18, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Shirley got a 21.
Mm-hmm.
Freya
13.
and Aurora
22.
22.
My
Oh.
initiatives are always a shit.
Guys are trying too hard.
I
All
clicked it in
righty.
the-
Apart from me.
I clicked it in D&D Beyond too. Which one would you like? The roll or the?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Pick whatever you like. I roll physical dice because, well, we're just going to say it's taking it a good long while to get itself disentangled, or maybe it's just in no hurry. So Aurora, you have a chance to, actually, you're all going to have a chance to do something as it slowly pulls its bulk. It's huge. As in size category.
Yeah. I don't feel good about fighting this thing. I don't know that I want to fight this thing. I don't know that we're gonna have to fight this thing.
I mean, okay. Chromatic dragons are... a black dragon is a chromatic dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chromatic dragons are not friends of Bahamut.
They are not.
No.
Siggy is naturally excited upon seeing a dragon, but then sighs audibly when she realizes it's a black dragon.
Yes. Black dragons are greedy and vile and sadistic creatures.
Great.
They
He's
love
trying really hard
love
be
to
good.
melt people with their acid.
Even
Yeah.
better.
Well, it's a great way of getting down to the good stuff. You know, the coins and precious
Yeah.
metal. They just melt all of you away, and all that's left is the gold and platinum and silver and stuff.
Yay, good for them.
Yep,
All
it's
right,
efficient.
let's run up and stab it, I guess.
All right.
Let's try. 24 to hit.
Yes,
Like to sneak attack.
you certainly may. You are an enemy within 5 feet of it.
$24 damage.
24 or 44?
24.
Okay, I was supposed to say, wow.
Yeah, 44 for sure. No. Oh,
Shirley.
wait, sorry. 29.
29.
I
Ooh, wow.
remember.
Beautiful. So you run, as it's pulling itself out, you catch it kind of in the underbelly. And it, as you withdraw your blade, you can see it not damaging the blade, but you can hear the sizzle and see a little bit of an etching on the surface of your blade as you plunge it into the highly acidic insides of the dragon. Shirley.
I would like to step a little bit to the right arbitrarily, because what I'm about to do goes in a line. And I say, I have a shockingly good coupon for the Cracker Barrel.
Wow.
That was just so I can cast a level 3 spell. Lightning Bolt!
Yes.
That will be it's 100-foot long, 5-foot wide. Every creature in that line makes a dex saving throw, DC
Yes.
14.
Beautiful. It got a 9, but it decides to succeed.
Oh, okay, that's cool too. So it'll be 8d6 half damage unless it has some magical thing, and this is all lightning.
Yes. It is not
Okay.
immune or resistant to lightning.
Okay. I've never rolled so many ones in my life. That's 6. Oh, that's a lot of 5s. 21, 22. So 11 for half.
Okay.
22 total.
Beautiful. All right. Siggy.
I have to ask for a ruling.
Yes.
I want a shadow step to its head. Like, and grab onto one of the horns and like punch it in the eyeball.
Yeah. I mean, its head occupies at least a square, and it is a square that you can see that is in shadow. Why not?
Okay. Just want to be clear.
I
I'm
mean,
punching it in the eyeball.
it may have a chance to try to shake you off, of course, but at the moment, it's just, yeah, it hasn't a chance to do much. So you pop on top of its
Yep.
head, grab a hold of a horn, and begin punching it in the face, in the eyeballs.
Yeah.
All right.
So I have advantage because there's a companion nearby.
Yes.
The first one does not hit. Probably. Is a 10.
No.
Why can't I roll today? Okay, there we go. 24 for the second punch.
Yes, that for sure hits.
Okay. That's a 6 damage to the
Alrighty.
eyeball.
Yes. Just cock it in the eye. I will say its eyes, it's not enough to light the area, but they do have a bit of greenish glow. You can just see very faint search beams as it moves its head around. And now one of those goes out as it, flinches and closes the eye that you just poked it in.
That's all I got.
All right. Freya, what you doing?
Firstly, I look around the room to see if there is anywhere that I can hide. Because I like to hide a lot. So that's my first thing.
There aren't, other than hiding behind like Shirley, because she's Aurora, because she's a medium creature. You could burrow into the gold, cover yourself up. Alternatively,
Borrow.
you could move back and go around the corner.
Oh my god, I love the idea of burrowing. Okay, I am for now, I am going to just shoot an arrow.
All right.
I'm going to move back a little bit and then shoot an arrow, and I'm aiming for its torso, I think.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Rolling. Okay, I got 14.
Total?
What do I add to that? What do I add to that again?
So-
7.
Oh, yeah.
7. It's 7.
So 21?
So 21.
21,
Yeah,
you hit.
Okay.
And it has
1d6.
a couple of enemies next to it, one of which is on its head. So you can certainly sneak attack it.
Okay. So 7. And then sneak attack. So 7. And then these. 9, 11, 12, 16.
So 23.
16.
Plus 7,
Yeah.
right? Yep.
No, just 16.
Oh, just 16? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, because I rolled a 1d6,
Got
which
it.
was 3 plus 4. And then I added all these. Yeah, so 16.
Beautiful. So yes, you catch it. Would you like to duck around the corner? I'll say that you have enough movement left that you could kind of get out of line of sight of it.
Yes.
All right, so you will duck around the corner. We do have your bonus action if you'd like to hide.
I think if I'm around the corner, it can't see me anyway. And I imagine if it...
Mechanically, if you hide, that means the next attack that you make is an advantage.
Oh, can be... Yeah. Okay. I'll do hide then.
You have
if
the
I've got
action
the
economy.
bonus action, then I
Yes.
might as well, yeah.
Yes. Go ahead and make your stealth check.
Yep. Stealth. Oopsie, sorry. Oh. Yeah, it's 22.
Meta,
Very stealthy.
you barely beat it because it's a dragon. But you do. It was distracted by all the stuff going on and it wasn't really paying attention to where the arrow came from.
Cobalt on its face.
So it looks in the direction of the arrow and doesn't see anything. Good. It's its turn. So, well, it will kind of leap a little bit like a cat, just kind of getting itself in the right position so that its head is faced towards you, Aurora. And it's lining itself up so that Shirley is also in a line. Siggy cannot be in a line because Siggy is on its head. So I would very much like both of you to give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
24.
Ooh, that will succeed.
Shirley.
I would like to use one of my my thingies, my spirit points, because I just rolled a 1.
Okay. So you're down to 2.
I'm down to 2.
And you would like to reroll?
I rolled a 20.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Woo! Okay, so that's you said it was Dex, correct?
Yeah.
That's 23 in total.
Yes. So you see Shirley, it's almost like there's a brief split as there are 2 Shirleys. And one of them just kind of stands there looking at the dragon, and the other one kind of dives down, and it's just like a spray of gold coin just to kind of get out of the line. as much as you possibly can, and then that kind of superposition resolves itself, and it's the Shirley on the ground that remains. So you will both take half
It's
of
a dex saving throw, right?
dexterity saving throw. You will take none.
I have evasion.
So Shirley will take half of. Half of 63, so 31 points of acid damage.
Wait a minute. Wait, no, hang on. So I have 14.
You would have healed up. You would have spent hit dice and stuff to heal up. So you're basically
I
at
did.
full.
That was before I fell and took that damage from the stone.
Okay.
I took 14 points of damage, so I'm at 14 out of 31, and I think that puts me let's find out. You said 30, 33.
31, I think was 63. So 62 divided by 2 is
Okay.
31.
31.
I think that's right.
Yeah. I'm now in death and fail saves.
All right. Yes.
Save.
So
Okay.
as this acid washes over you, it doesn't damage you exactly. It's not like it eats through your flesh because you don't have flesh, you're a spirit. But what it does do is everywhere it splashes you goes grayscale. And I mean, you're all seeing in grayscale because it's dim light, but you can just see the vitality, the animating force just wash out as the acid covers you. And Shirley is now still and quiet and slightly translucent.
I have a point of order.
Yes.
Can we use our spirit points to help other people?
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yes.
said that.
How would you like to help Shirley? Assuming it's Shirley you want to help.
Yeah. I'm just gonna like finger guns at Shirley and she doesn't take that damage or something.
Tell
Finger claws.
tell me based on where you are and what you would like to accomplish. I mean, I know that you want to allay that damage, but in the moment, what does Siggy do? How does Siggy sacrifice part of their spirit to save their friend and companion?
She's gonna swing down from one of the horns to be like in the dragon's line of sight so that he can't aim.
All right. I will say, go ahead, Shirley, and roll 3d6.
You got it. That is 9. 1, 3, 5.
That is how many hit points you have.
God. Ooh. Woo!
I did the math in my head. It's like, that's actually probably better than having the damage again. So
Yeah.
it splashes on. So again, time gets weird. And you swing Siggy in front of it. And probably I'm going to say yell at it. No, don't hurt my friend.
In Draconic.
And there's, you might see it. Everyone else who's watching, so basically everyone but Freya sees it. There's a pulse of gold through your scales. And where you touch the horn, the pulse of gold runs up the horn. And then there's just a shimmer, a line of gold that works its way down the huge body of the dragon. And then goes away once it hits the tail. And the dragon shakes its head. And then we'll see if it gets that back. we'll find out next round. All right, Aurora, what are you doing?
Stab it again. Good old rapier hasn't failed me thus far. It's a 19 to hit.
Yes, barely.
Cool.
Barely.
Ooh.
So you strike
you,
a couple of
11.
times in rapid succession and just hit solid steel plates, basically. Then eventually you're able to work your way between a couple of scales.
All right. Well, let's stab him and sneak attack him. $20
Okie doke.
total damage.
All right. Are you going to stay up there?
How far is the corner where like Freya's hiding? Can I disengage and make it over there?
Yeah. You can make it right
Okay.
around the corner.
Cool. I'm gonna get away from it and away from acid.
Yep. Bonus action disengage and then move your 30 feet, which will get you just around the corner.
Sweet.
And I say, hi.
Shirley.
Hello.
I
Having yet again kind of experienced a couple of moments of disjointed reality as you narrowly avoid death. Again, another death.
I'm absolutely panicking. I am. I'm gonna hide. Yeah, I'm gonna try to hide. Yeah, I'm gonna try and hide. I need somebody who has access to a player's handbook. Because I would like to wild shape into a spider.
Oh, okay. Like a regular spider.
Like a regular
Nifty
spider,
ditty
yeah.
spider.
You can just
my max.
you can
My
just
max. Oh, sorry.
search it in D&D Beyond,
Oh, sweet.
because I've shared all the content that exists with you guys.
Okay.
Ooh,
Okay.
I
Oh,
didn't know
yeah.
that.
Look at that player's handbook. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So much. Sorry, I would have done this ahead of time while I was waiting.
You didn't know that you were going to die.
No, it's hard. It's hard. I remember, so I have a friend who's might be in chat called Dave, and he's been a DM of our games. And I'm a druid in one of our campaigns. And I asked him specifically if I'd seen a pangolin, because that's Dave's favorite animal. And I was like, have I seen a pangolin? Because they don't normally exist in the D&D realm. And he was like, 100% you've seen a pangolin. Yes.
If any terrestrial creature exists in D&D, it's a pangolin.
Mm.
Good.
Just have to make up the armor class for it because they're pretty armored.
Yeah, but they're not. It's not with like steel.
No.
It's leather armor at best.
But a lion can't get through it.
Or they
I've
just
seen
give
a
up.
lion trying to eat a pangolin, and they're just like ignoring the thing. Like, oh, it's too much effort.
So yes, you become a
Like an
spider.
armadillo.
Yes. Yeah. I can get the stats for it when once I find it. Creatures, page 317. Thank you. Ba, 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 ba. Ooh, a face spider. No, I can't be a face spider.
You can't. I'm afraid.
I wish I could be a face spider. Spider challenge 0 armor. Let's see. I have one
Armor
hit
class
point.
12, hit point 1, stealth plus 4.
Yeah. Yes.
Because you can also
basically
just
what
search
I'm-
spider. Sorry. That's fine.
Not clever.
It's all good.
Not clever. I would like to turn into a spider and then scurry on over to Aurora and climb up her pant leg.
Okay.
Oh my god, poor Aurora.
Or Aurora.
Why me?
Because you're near me.
Yes.
Get a bunch of incredibly tiny sticky dots all the way up your pants.
Yes.
I
Yes.
I am hiding on your clothes. Don't die or be burned alive, please.
Well, go ahead and make a stealth check to see if the dragon notices you. Magically turn into a spider and see if its eyes track you.
Let's see. 12, and then the dexterity was a
4. Well,
4,
your
so-
stealth is +4, so that's a 16.
Mhm.
You hear a low rumbling chuckle from the dragon, and you can see its eyes tracking your motion.
I hate this game.
Great. Now you've just told them where we are. Thanks, Shirley.
Yeah. Surely it's fine.
All right. Siggy, what you doing?
I am going to attack this dragon's eye for all I am worth.
Yes, you should.
Is anybody within 5 feet?
Mm-mm.
You are.
Just me. Cool.
Yep.
Cool. That's fine. First roll's an 11. The second roll is a 10. I'm going to take a bonus action and spend a key point to do a flurry of blows
Okay.
to hope that I can actually hit him. That's a natural 1. 22.
22 hits.
A 9.
Okay.
Not as useful without my allies nearby.
Yep. It is Dragon's turn. And it just kind of...
Is
Hey.
it? Have I had my turn?
Oh,
No.
no, Freya, you're next. Sorry. I was just
I
excited
was going to
about...
say, I was like,
I was
I thought
excited about it
the
eating
dragons had-
Siggy. So, Freya,
Okay.
Don't you dare.
you are hidden.
Okay. Can I get close enough to touch it?
Yes, you can run forward.
Okay. I would
Uh,
like to do something, and you may tell me no.
Okay.
Okay. I would like to. I feel that my character has spent the time with the short bow hidden at the back. Freya, with her short bow at the back,
Yes.
has been thinking about all the books she's read. And thinking. I've never dealt with a dragon because I'm an assassin. I've never dealt with a dragon. This isn't something that I would have been asked to kill as a small halfling rogue. That's not our job.
Seems
And
reasonable.
I'm not really an adventurer. There may have been a time that I came across a bed dragon. It's a long story, but not really used to dealing with dragons. So I think to myself, is there something I remember? And then I think about this book, and then also one of the spirits in the Menagerie telling me something, and I think, oh no, I can't access it unless I spend a spirit point.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm wondering if I can spend a spirit point to do a spell called Bestow Curse.
Okay.
Because I am not a spell person, but you said we could spend spirit points to do things
cool stuff.
too.
Yes.
So I'm thinking I'd like to bestow a curse, and if I'm allowed to, mechanically, if Freya's allowed to, I run up to the dragon and I touch it. Tiny little halfling rogue runs up, touches it, and bestow and use all the might to remember this curse that from the book, and then from one of the ghosts in the menagerie telling me. And I put my hand on it and I try and bestow a curse, and I pick the option where it is, while curse, the target must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes its actions that turn doing nothing.
Okay. Sure.
Just did that like this.
No.
Cursed with inaction.
You're literally a little halfling rogue like this. On the chest of the dragon.
Yes. Yes.
Shitting myself.
Somehow you're able to forge a spiritual connection with this dragon. And in the moment that you do, it feels like there's your mind touches its mind, your spirit touches its spirit, and it seems familiar. to you. There's something about its spiritual essence that seems quite familiar to you.
Plot twist.
Grandpa?
Freya's secretly a tiefling.
So you are
Like-
now there.
Touching the dragon.
It is cursed.
Touching you.
And you know what? This is what it's vulnerable to. So it looks down at you like you are an insect, and it reaches up a claw like it's just gonna smash you flat, and then you hear from deep within its body a rumble. And you can see it spasm. And instead of clawing you, it reaches out near you and just picks up a huge pile of gold coins and rams it down its gullet. And it swallows it. And then it uses its other actions to just greedily shovel gold coins and trinkets into its throat. All right, Aurora, what are you doing?
All right.
Cracking up at Rachel's face.
I'm gonna.
And it's glaring at you at the time. It's not happy with you. It knows you're there, but it had an overwhelming impulse.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go back in there and gonna stab it. Just trying to finish this thing off. We want it gone. I don't want to deal with this anymore. This sucks. And acid is gonna ruin my clothes even worse than the caramel.
It's true. Also, Freya, just out of curiosity, give me an insight check.
16. 19.
It's Ziggy. The spirit.
The spirit in the dragon is Ziggy.
Yep. All right, Aurora. So you're going to run up and stab it?
Yeah, I rolled a 25 to hit.
You hit.
And we're gonna sneaky. 9. Some bad rolls.
All right.
And then
Sorry, I'm just looking at
how much movement would I have left after
You-
running back in?
Basically,
So
it took
all
you
of-
all of your movement to move back, and so it took you all 30 feet to get up there. So you have a bonus action if you'd like to dash, although that would potentially provoke.
Yeah, I don't want to provoke, so I'm just gonna stay where I am.
Hiding would also kind of be tough given where you are. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Shirley, what you doing?
I can speak right in between them
Yeah.
mechanically.
Yeah. A few words.
Okay, so I just
Having a
say,
full conversation's a little tough, but
so I'm just gonna say, wait, I felt its spirit and it's Ziggy.
And Ziggy's trying to kill us, so why should we care?
I mean, it's that's the recognition of the spirit. It's also evil and sadistic and terribly, terribly greedy. But beneath that.
I said what I said.
Okay. Shirley.
That's all I would have said in the moment because that's all I had time to say, and I don't really know what's going on. So I just yelled out, "Wait! I felt its spirit, and it's Ziggy," because that's what I felt.
I'm going. A lot of my movement is pretty much based on Aurora, so
Is Shirley still on Aurora?
yeah, I'm along for the ride.
Yeah, so you're there now.
Yeah. So I'm not really like attacking or anything like that.
You do have an attack. Technically.
I
Nice
can
bite
shoot a little
attack.
fire. A what?
You have a bite attack.
I'm not gonna bite Aurora.
You can bite the dragon.
I can. Do you want me to scurry off
It's
Aurora?
technically possible to hit it. You do a point of damage.
1 whole point.
So
You know, I weighed the pros and cons about scurrying off and potentially biting a huge black dragon and dealing 1 point of damage as a tiny spider.
yes.
I'm going to opt to hold my action and continue to lurk on Aurora and whisper, "Make good choices, sweetie," in her ear.
You just feel weird little spider legs tickle your earlobe because I don't believe that you can speak. So are you holding a specific action or are you taking the dodge action?
I'm taking the dodge action. If somebody tries to hit me, I'm gonna.
Yes.
I'm just watching that dragon.
All right. Siggy.
I'm gonna say in Draconic, wait, you're me? Don't hurt them. And then I'm gonna punch it a lot.
Okay.
24.
Yes.
Okay. And then another one. 21.
Yes.
Okay. Let's deal with the damage from those two first. 4 and 8. 12.
Okay.
And then as a bonus, I'm gonna again do the spend a key point to have
Flurry of blows.
Yeah. 24
Yes.
and 20.
Yes.
Okay. Much more damage this time. Must protect my friends. A 6 and a 7, so 13.
All right. So you're holding on with one hand. So this is mostly just one hand punching and then, your feet just kicking away. So you turn into a little flurry of kobold as you just pound away at the side of its head. With the first strike, there's that same kind of flash of gold and it works its way up your arm and down its body. And then you just keep pounding the same spot over and over as the gold fades to black and then fades to black and then slowly starts to fade. And then you hit it again. And there's now a kind of a irregular splotch of gold on the side of this dragon's face. And it roars and rears and snarls in pain that is outsized versus the damage that you actually did. It appears to be, it's reacting as if it's experiencing searing pain, even though you just kind of punched it with your little claws and feet. All right, Freya.
Well, I say, well, I guess we're fighting then. And then I unholster my rapier because I'm next to the dragon.
Yep.
So, wait, there's my die. Okay, gotta see if I hit it first. Please hit the dragon. Nope. Done.
Okay.
That was a 2. So I'm not gonna hit the dragon.
Yeah.
So I now disengage,
Yes.
I guess.
Yep.
And I can't move. That's it, isn't it?
No, disengage is a bonus action, which just means that your movement won't provoke an attack of opportunity. You still have your full move, which means you can basically dart around the corner again, but you won't be able to hide.
That's fine. I disengage and run away.
Pop out of...
I go like this. Oh, shit.
dodge around, do some unnecessary acrobatics, and then go and hide around the corner again. I like it.
It's
Yeah.
terrible.
I just and as I'm running, I go, I don't fight dragons.
Siggy. The dragon will look, both of its green eyes just boring into you. No, you shall not win. And there is, it's like it seems very personal. It's accusatory. Like it hates you. All right. So it is going to try to bite you
Okay.
with a 26.
Oh yeah, it sure does hit me.
And then it is going.
Did you do a wisdom saving throw?
Oh. Yeah.
You're cursed.
Well, I mean, it's a 26, so
No.
it's true.
Okay. I tried, Siggy. I tried.
It's true.
Okay.
It's true.
Sorry.
And then it is going to claw you. Oh, that is a 20. And then the claw is 23. So that's going to connect with all three. The claws do 28 points of damage.
Okay, I'm down.
All right. And then the bite. Doesn't matter how much damage it does, but it is 2 automatic death fails.
I'm gonna use my spirit points
All right.
and say heck no. I blink off with a shadow step, no longer on its head.
Okay. Sure. So before the go ahead and roll 3d6 for me.
Okay. That is a 17.
Wow. Good job. So you have 17 hit points
Oh, cool. All right.
as it snaps its jaws into empty air and you apparate in shadows. The areas where it had clawed you, you don't have wounds, right? Because you don't really have flesh. But there are stripes of shiny black scales, like on your shoulder, on your side, where its claws had gotten in you. And you're momentarily distracted, like you want to just like go back to picking up the gold. And then you feel a pang of hunger in your stomach that you think only a nice hefty handful of gold would satisfy. Aurora.
Wait. Going to hit it with my rapier.
Yep.
Gonna keep stabbing. 20 to hit.
Yep.
$22 points of damage with the sneak attack.
Beautiful.
And then I would like to disengage and run
Back around the corner. Love it. Shirley,
I'm
you're
going
now
to
back around the corner.
Yeah. I'm going to take this opportunity to jump off of Aurora and
Yes.
revert back.
Yep.
And I just pat her gently on the leg real quick. Say, thanks, sweetie. You did great. You made good choices. I'm gonna pop my head around the corner and I can still see the dragon, right?
Yes,
If it's within 30 feet,
it is.
I'm gonna throw a little fireball at it.
Cool.
Produce flame, throw the little orb of fire at it.
Yep.
It's a +6. It's normal. It's a dexterity attack. So that is a 17.
It just bounces off of its hide.
Rip. Okay. I poke my head back around the corner and look at Aurora and go, I think this is bad.
Really?
Surely.
Siggy.
Oh,
Jesus.
Okay.
you know, that's my second husband.
I go,
Yeah.
I don't fight dragons.
You do now.
You're dead. Suck it up. Shoot the dang thing.
The black on your scales fades, and that pang of hunger subsides, and you're able to act normally.
Okay. Now that I know that it's me, I think about all the parts on my body that hurt. You know, like that one time that I broke the claw on like my right front foot or my right front hand, you know?
Yep.
And about how there's like this one crick in my tail. And like how my left hip hurts a lot, especially when it's like cold, like a day like today. And so I think about the one that is like most likely to like cause it a lot of pain.
Yep.
And I run up and punch it in the crick in its tail
Okay.
as hard as I can.
Okay. Let's make that with advantage.
Ooh, cool. Okay, well, that was a natural 20 for the
Beautiful.
second hit, so advantage is good.
Yes, it is.
All right. So it's double dice, right?
Double dice, and then add the static modifier.
4 plus 3 is 7 for that first hit. Then advantage again?
Yep.
Okay. Uh, 24 to hit.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that was not the right roll. Sorry. 7.
Okay.
And then for my bonus, I'm just gonna go ahead and regular punch it this time.
Okay.
No flurry.
Still with advantage.
25.
Yep.
9. And then I shout, right front toe, like, and I like gesture to my hand, and then left hip, crick in its tail. Like literally shouting the places that hurt. On
Okay.
my body.
All right. Freya.
So I pop round the corner.
Yeah. And again, it reacts partly because you're hitting it in a place that it hurts. But every time you strike it, that gold, and now it has a solid chunk of golden scales on its tail, as well as that golden spot on its cheek that has not faded. So Freya.
Okay, I'm gonna pop round the corner and try and shoot it with my bow.
Yeah.
Because I don't really want to go near it. I'm tiny and it's massive.
Don't blame you.
So I'm gonna aim for its left hip. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Tip.
That will be advantage.
Okay. Whee! Yeah, good job. I got that. Rolled a 4.
Oof.
Whee! Oh, 20!
Excellent.
Yes.
I get so excited when I get like I'm like, can't help it. Yes, I got a natural 20. And then I roll my other things now.
Yes. Damage.
Yep.
Damage dice twice. Sneak attack dice twice. Both double.
Oh, okay. You do them both too.
Yes.
Oh, I got a 6 on my 1d6. So
Roll
I'll
it again.
just
Roll it
keep
again.
that.
Yeah, and roll it again.
Roll it again.
Yep, and add the two together.
Oh, I got a 6 again.
All right,
Wow.
so that's 12 plus your static, which is 4, I think.
4.
So that's 18 on the normal, and then roll your sneak attack dice twice, add them up.
Okay, so 4d6.
Yes. Or just roll
What
8d6.
did you say it was?
Or just
What
roll
did
8.
you say it was?
You can roll 8d6 if you'd like.
Yep, but I can't remember what my score was. Was it 18, wasn't it?
16.
Okay.
16.
16. Okay. Whee! Okay, so then I got 2 2s, a 6, so 10, and a 5, so 15.
Yep.
And I roll that again.
Yep.
Okay, so we're on 31 right now, yeah? Whee! Okay, I got a 6, a 4, a 5, and a 2, so 10, 15, 17.
17 more. All right, so you call out the spot the dragon rears, its tail kind of dragging. It's almost like it's heavier or something. And Freya guides the arrow towards the hip. And for flavor, we'll say you do some crazy monk stuff. You do a leap off of the back of the dragon as the arrow whizzes by. And just as it strikes, you hit the back of the arrow to slam it completely into its body. There's a spray of highly acidic blood, but that doesn't seem to touch you. Well, it does seem to touch you, but it doesn't seem to harm you. In fact, where the blood sprays on you and trickles down, you do feel a slight tingling. But those of you who can see as this acidic blood washes over Siggy and as it trails into the floor, what's left behind in the pattern of the acid is shiny golden scales as the dragon form thrashes and writhes and moans in pain. And as it does, it withers and shrinks and gets smaller until it's very, very small. It is a twisted mirror of Siggy in black, dull scales. And as whatever animating force gave it life fades, it just scrabbles very, very weakly, trying to pull what little gold it can to itself, until eventually it's just a shadow that, with a puff of wind, turns to nothing. Your skulls are gold now, by the way.
Oh, gold.
Yes.
And I just look at my bow and go, maybe I do fight dragons.
Lovely.
And put my bow away.
So that seems like a good place for y'all to have another short rest or something. And maybe a good place to take our break.
Yep.
Seems like
Sounds
a good
good.
idea.
Sound good? Awesome. I'm going to hit the button that supposedly does stuff, and fingers crossed it works.
Yay.
Let's watch.
Let's go.
All right. So back in, let's come back at 3:15 our time. Sound good?
Sounds good.
And we're back. Hopefully we have sound and stuff. People will yell at us if we are all muted and stuff. Hey, Cat Daddy. Awesome. So we took our little break, and the characters had their little break to rest up and recuperate. And you are currently sitting on a giant pile of gold. Although, Siggy, I will say that you feel somewhat less fascinated by it. Yeah. It's like you are a pile of gold now. Yes. So, what do you do? Oh. They're saying that they can hear me, but not the players.
Because
Yeah, they can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I unmuted the wrong one. That's fine.
Oh.
It would.
Oh, well,
Ooh.
what's this?
Thanks, Cat Dad. Yeah, so I was just asking, what are you going to do?
Maybe we should go back to the room. I mean, how do we get out? Because the world, it was backwards, but then you left your rope, so maybe we could break it.
Worth a shot going back.
Okay, let's go back.
Yeah. So as you go to extricate yourselves from the pile of gold, I would like everyone to give me an athletics check.
Can it be acrobatics instead?
Nope.
I got an 18.
A 16 with a -1 to make it a 16.
I got a 19 with my +0 giving me a 19.
My strength.
Straight
is so
up.
bad.
You all did quite well. Well,
Nope.
most of you did quite well. I assume Freya,
Nope.
not so much.
Nope. I rolled a 2 with a -2, so I got a 0.
So,
Oh, no.
so Freya, you start to pull yourself up. It's like, oh, I guess we gotta trudge back. And you just thrust your arms deeper into the gold. And as everyone else kind of, I mean, it's not easy. And maybe it's just because you're tired and you kind of had sunken in and made little nests for yourselves in this pile of gold and trinkets. And you just see Freya like struggle for a second and then under
Oh
the
my
gold.
god, I'm under the gold. Nice.
And then the spot where Freya was, you can just see the edges kind of tink, tink, tink as gold coins fall in. You know, if you watch the surface of an hourglass and it starts to pull in. So, Freya gone.
I'm gonna, speaking of Scrooge McDucking, I'm gonna try to dive to get Freya out.
All right.
I'm like, hold my legs.
Here, I have some rope. I'll tie the rope around Siggy's ankle and then,
All right.
like, grab onto it.
All right, Siggy, you dive in. No check needed. I would like you to make an athletics check to see if you can get a hold of Freya and hold on.
That's a 14.
You do. You grab a hold of an ankle.
Okay.
Aurora, I assume that you're holding on to the rope.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me an athletics check to hold on to the rope.
Oh no.
It's an 8.
Would you like to let go, or do you want to be pulled forward?
I'd let go. No hesitation. I'd let go.
You let go, and then
Yeah.
all right. There is a widening sinkhole as this entire pile of gold starts draining. You can feel gold coins brushing against your ankles, and you can feel the layers of gold underneath you shifting as they pull towards this ever widening hole. You each have a chance for an action. Depending upon your action, I may request another check.
I will spider climb on myself.
Okay. And then do what?
Try and scurry towards the walls.
Okay, yeah. You scamper over and then part way up a wall.
Mm-hmm.
Aurora.
So I'm out of the sinkhole, right? Like it's not.
Well, you're currently standing on the edge of, well, near the edge of it, and the edge is getting closer and closer to you.
I'm backing up and getting as far away from it as I can.
Okay. Probably the easiest is to go back to the entryway.
Yeah.
And you've got the movement. So you kind of slog your way through as the piles of gold start to move against you. It's a bit like fighting a current. But you find yourself planting your boots on solid stone. And then turn around to watch as the funnel becomes a bit of a swirl. And all the gold drains down. And what's left is a hole.
I swim down
Oh
Well,
with the
no.
gold.
Things are happening to you in a moment.
Oh, bollocks.
But from Aurora and
Okay,
Shirley's
I do
perspective,
nothing.
you're gone.
Oh. Rip.
And when I say a hole, it may be precise. It's nothing. It's emptiness.
Is that I'm not going anywhere near that.
There's a swirl, and then this edge of blackness just spreads out to encompass the room, and the last few bits of gold fall, and you can see them just falling until they're 60 feet away. Then you can't see anything.
Just gonna keep moving away. I don't want to be in there. I don't want to be near it.
There doesn't seem to
More
be
questions?
once the emptiness reaches the edge of the room, it doesn't seem to progress.
Okay, cool.
So you don't seem to be in any danger.
Sweet. I'm heading back to the rope.
Okay.
Let's try to get out of here without going into a nothingness hole.
Okay. Shirley.
Aurora has not steered me wrong yet, so I'm going to follow along with not my favorite granddaughter, but the one who usually keeps me on the right path.
The one who wasn't swallowed by nothingness. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. And you hadn't gone that far, and after a few, like, wait a second, did we turn left or right? You make your way back to the wall with the rope sticking out of it.
But
I mean, it's part of the
I should
wall.
watch my I should watch my hand movements.
I'm gonna like press on the wall and just try to get a feel for how it feels.
Feels like wall.
Cool. I want to grab on the rope and like yank it.
Make a strength check.
Oh, because I'm so strong.
Oh, I guarantee you're stronger than me.
It's a 10, flat 10.
You just yank it. Feels like it's in there.
Mm. Mm. You can't happen to cast spell that someone's stored, can you?
I have a dog.
You hear a bark.
Let's come. I can walk into a stone. But no, I do not have a way unless there was a specific item. I can locate an object. So if one of us wants to think about an item they had on themselves really hard, we might be able to figure out where it is to find them.
We could think about the teddy bear that Freya picked up.
Okay. Yeah. As long as it's within 1,000 feet, we should be able to pick up where that teddy bear is. Okay.
Yep. So
Okay.
you cast the spell,
I cast locate object.
and that gives you direction and rough distance, correct?
Yes. You sense the direction of the object's location as long as it's within 1,000 feet.
Okay. It is directly in front of you.
In the of course, and with the rope and the wall and the. Yeah. Yeah, of course it is. It's right in front of us.
You move toward the wall.
Yeah.
It's now beside you. It's now to
I reach for the
your...
wall.
No, the wall is directly in front of you, but the location ping is now to your right.
I reach to my right.
You poke Aurora in the thigh.
Oh.
With your sticky finger. Same spot. Just adding layers of caramel on that one spot.
We just
Why every time?
Now it's got spit on it.
Oh, stop! You're making it worse. Don't touch it. Just, I'm gonna take several steps back
You've
and
been
just
sucking on a
thoroughly
caramel,
explore.
so you get some caramel spit on your thumb and then rub some more caramel spit on it.
No, nope. That's backtracking.
As Aurora moves, does the ping move?
Yeah.
Wait, it's moving with you. They're on your person?
I don't know where I would put them on my person. I know I'm bigger than you all. I'm not that big.
Is it in
Did you
your heart?
steal the teddy bear?
No, I had no desire to steal a teddy bear. I don't think.
Check your bags.
Yeah, I'll check my bags and see if it's in there.
You find nothing in your bags.
Hmm.
By
Didn't take it.
which I mean literally nothing.
Wait,
Wait,
all of my stuff is gone?
Well, there isn't even the bottom of the bag.
Oh. I'm gonna
Just yawning blackness. It's a little disorienting.
flip the bag over and like shake it.
Nothing falls out.
I'm just gonna go shoulder deep into the bag, just like reaching around in there. Nothing.
Nothing. Give me a strength saving throw.
Awesome. 7.
So Shirley, reaches in and it's like, there's nothing in it. Oh!
Hi.
Flip the bag back over. Hello?
Yep.
Oh, great.
You are alone.
Could use the peace and quiet. But also don't like this place. You've got caramel all over me. And you spit on it and you smeared it, and I don't appreciate the nastiness. I guess probably just out of sheer curiosity, I put my arm in the bag, like up to the elbow, and just fumble around in it, just trying to see if I can grab somebody.
You don't feel anything.
Great. Give up on the bag. All right. I'm gonna walk back to the room that turned into nothing. And I'm gonna stand at the edge of it. I'm gonna kind of take a deep breath.
Well,
And
you would.
oh great.
And maybe at first you think you just made a wrong turn. But after 10, 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes of searching, can't seem to find it.
So I'm just lost in this cavernous space, and everybody is gone.
And maybe it's the spell wearing off, but you start to see glimmers. like maybe the walls are wet or something, but you see, I mean, there's not really a source of light because you're, as far as you can tell, deep, deep underground. But there's some flashes, almost like glimmers of light, and you catch movement.
I'm gonna move towards the glimmers of light to investigate them.
As you move, you see just little flickers of movement just at the edge of your perception. They lead you further down. I mean, you might have been down this tunnel before. It's hard to tell. You're not super accustomed to being in cave warrens, and you do get a bit turned around, but you follow. As you do, the walls become flatter, more regular. And you swear they're so smooth that you start to be able to see your reflection in them.
I'm gonna keep moving down, and I'm gonna kind of keep an eye on whatever I assume is my reflection as I'm walking.
As you move further and further, the natural tunnel becomes perfectly square, perfectly smooth, very reflective. You're in effectively a mirror box or hallway. And although everything is grayscale, the reflections are somewhat distorted. All you see when you look to left or right or up or down is your reflection. And there's a bit of that kind of infinite hallway effect. Like you can see every several feet a slightly fainter reflection of yourself. And every step you take, there's just the faintest hint of a delay. So you'll take a step and the next one will just a moment later take a step. And so there's this cascading view of yourself moving forward. Every time you turn your head, there's just a wave of the reflections of you turning your head. It's quite cool. The air is very still, but clean. No smell, other than a faint scent of caramel emanating from your trousers.
I want to, like, touch the wall. Is it still, like, stone-like, or is it a different substance now?
It feels cold, but not damagingly so. Quite cool to the touch and very, very smooth. Almost slick. Make a perception check for me.
18.
You feel, just through your fingertips, a slight vibration. It's irregular. It's not like a hum or anything or a buzz, but you just feel a little bit of vibration.
If I keep moving down, is it getting stronger or weaker? Is it staying consistent?
Say over the next 15, 20 minutes, test it out. It seems variable, but it doesn't seem to get stronger or weaker based on where you are. It just seems to ebb and flow.
Okay.
And you're just tracking it with your fingertips, right?
Yeah, I'm just, like, touching it very lightly with my fingertips as I keep walking. I take, like, the butt of my rapier and I just want to, like, smack it against the wall.
All right. The wall is very, very solid.
Okay.
It sounds like striking glass or crystal, but it doesn't break.
Doesn't break. Okay. This is weird. Can I check my bag again? Is it still nothingness, or is there...
You must have dropped your bag.
Oh, great. I guess I
You
keep walking.
check your belt pouch and it's not there. You have your rapier. You have your clothes.
I don't have the rest of my stuff.
And it's hard to tell. I mean, how long have you been here? Did you sit down and take a rest? Did you take off your backpack and lighten the load a bit just to get comfortable? Maybe. Did you then forget to pick it back up? It's possible. You've been here a long time, though. You know that.
I keep moving, and like every now and again I'll just kind of butt my rapier against the wall. Like I'm just trying to find some way out of this. This is very weird, and Aurora is starting to get very uncomfortable.
As we've established, time is strange in the house. How long do you keep walking? An hour, a day, a month? Years?
420 days.
Yeah, exactly 420 days.
Wow.
And 69 minutes.
Wow. I mean, you don't really have to eat. You don't age. You're already dead. I'm just saying you can keep walking, occasionally tapping against
And
this
just nothing's
glass-like
happening.
substance as long as you want to.
Okay. I'm gonna stop and turn, I guess, to my left, and I'm gonna face my reflections and kind of just move and watch them and see what they do, I guess.
The one in front of you moves with you, and then just on either side, you can tell. And the dark vision spell has long faded, but you can still see. There's just a ripple as that time delay works its way out. But the one in front of you does exactly what you do. Make a perception check. Ooh, insight check.
12 plus 7, 19.
You're not sure, but your reflection seems like maybe they have a bit of a smile, and you're fairly certain you're not smiling. Like the facial expression, just it's very subtle, but you're pretty sure you're not making exactly that face because you don't feel particularly carefree at the moment.
Do I still have my daggers on me, or is it just my rapier?
Just your rapier.
Okay. I'm gonna take the rapier and like kind of hold my palm out and kind of just poke it to try to draw blood and just watch the reflection while I do that.
Ah, interesting. So take a point of damage. The reflection does the exact same thing. And then as you withdraw and look down and you see a little bit of blood / ectoplasm, whatever spirits have, right? You catch movement in the mirror, and your reflection is doing the exact same thing, only its palm is toward you. There is no mark. And again, it has that very slight smile that you know you don't have on your face. You're also pretty sure your clothes aren't that nice. Like, it's the same outfit, but there's just like there's a little bit of extra like stitching. There's a little tiny bit of lace around the collar. Maybe a little bit of frill poking out underneath your jacket. Buttons are maybe a little bit shinier. Maybe mother of pearl or something as opposed to the ivory.
Okay. I'm gonna take the poem that was bleeding, whatever it is, the ghosts bleed, and kind of smudge it across the reflection, like right over the face.
You do. You smudge it over the face, and the reflection's hand does the same. Only it kind of just traces its fingers a bit, as opposed to just palm flat. And you leave a smear of blood that then slowly kind of evaporates. So your hand is here, its fingertips are here, and it just looks at you and smiles a little bit more. And it's not a creepy or malicious or sinister smile at all. It's smiling as if it likes what it sees.
Can you speak? Try to talk to it if I can.
You see it mouth words, but they're not the same words.
Okay.
It gives a little flick of its hair, and you can see it kind of adjust itself a bit. Kind of brushing off, kind of making sure that everything's just right. It's hard to tell because it's dark, but you could swear that it's in a gown of some kind. Like, you weren't really paying attention to its legs because it's natural. You're looking mostly at the face and trying to make sure. But as you look down, fairly certain, although it's largely in shadow, it's wearing some sort of dark gown. Like maybe maybe like a jacket that then turns into a gown.
I very much like that gown. I recognize that gown. Oh.
Archimedes does not like that gown.
It's like, nope.
Like, no, it's bad.
Please let him in your room.
No.
Do I recognize it as something that I've worn before?
No.
Okay.
It's probably like some things you've worn before.
I got zapped. If I like breathe on the surface, does it create that kind of like foggy?
Sure.
Like when you go to like write on like a bus window. Okay, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna write the words backwards, just like hello.
The figure breaks eye contact with you and is looking more and doing more of this. And as you write, it turns its head as if it hears something, and then it turns its back to you. And you see a few other figures approach it. Small figures. It's like they're out of focus. It's almost like there's a glass wall. And then, but anything more than a couple of feet away is slightly blurry. But you see 3 small figures come up. And you can't see the expression on your reflection space because obviously you're seeing its back, but it throws its arms out and comes towards the other 3. They appear to embrace.
recognize the small three at all?
They're just shapes. So, while you are there, the rest of you, as you, well, first, Freya and Siggy, as you are pulled down into this swirling mass of gold coins, you keep expecting to hit a floor, but you don't. And as you fall and fall in what is basically nothingness, just surrounded by tumbling coins, the coins transform. They become lighter, almost like confetti, almost like flowers. And as you fall, you don't really have a sense of speed, but for a few moments, there's this like rushing feeling, and then that subsides. And then below you, you see a glowing kind of golden light. And you hear like maybe some voices, like some laughter. And then as you descend, you slow. And in a swirl of paper flowers, you both float down through the ceiling of a grand ballroom, bedecked in food, and there's music playing with a band, a string quartet. The room is filled with hundreds of very finely dressed people of all races. All apparently know each other because they're engaged, and no one seems to remark upon your entrance as you very, very lightly touch down. You are each dressed in a beautiful, very formal gown. Perfectly fitted to your anatomy. It's probably a bit strange for Siggy in particular. But you look lovely, Siggy. The little bits of
Siggy's very confused.
the little bits of braid that adorn the bodice of your gown contrast with your golden scales perfectly.
Siggy is like she's like holding her claws very far away from the gown, like
Like you're worried.
stiffly
Yeah.
far away. Like, I can't touch anything. I will destroy this thing.
Yes. It smells fantastic in here. There are tables and sideboards laden with food. You can smell wine and juices and tea and coffee and you name it. Anything that you find appealing, you can smell. A few people turn just as you're touching down and kind of notice you there and kind of smile welcomingly and approvingly at you. A few moments later, it's hard to tell. You have time to kind of circulate around and get a sense of the. This is a vast series of interconnected rooms. There's a ballroom. There's a smoking room. There's a variety of lounges and retiring rooms, and each one is filled not uncomfortably, but each one has enough people in it that it seems like it's about as many as you could have without it being uncomfortably crowded. And then you see over in a corner a similar shower of paper flowers. And Shirley floats very lightly down in a beautiful kind of, well, maybe slightly outdated. Maybe a little bit too much chiffon. Maybe the shoulders are a little bit too poofy.
No such thing.
Right? In a lovely seafoam green with lots of little yellow bows on it, and kind of flounces down, and the gown ripples out from her.
I grab Freya and point at Shirley and be like, let's Shirley?
No. I'm not. Well, I am dead, but we're not dead.
You had a similar experience, minus the gold coins falling with you.
Mm-hmm.
But you were sucked in and then fell at very rapid rate, and then very gradually slowed and saw a similar golden light beneath you, and then descend into this very welcoming gala, some sort of posh social gathering.
Siggy, is this ringing any bells for you?
Kobold's idea of a party is a barbecue after the adventures don't make it.
Right. Okay. Then I'm gonna wager that this is for Aurora, but Aurora's not here. She was with me. And then I got pulled into my purse.
How did you got pulled into your purse?
Yeah, it didn't have a bottom. I mean, it usually
Well,
doesn't have a bottom, but
yeah.
like I reached in and then I got like, whoop, and then I'm here.
So Aurora is missing, but this is maybe her party.
Yes.
But we went through gold and you went through a bag, and now we're dressed in these dresses.
Yes.
Yeah, we never changed clothes before.
I know, it's kind of nice.
And maybe it's so we don't stand out as much.
Wait,
I mean,
Siggy's a kobold.
Yeah.
But she's a finely dressed kobold.
And nobody seems to look askance at Siggy.
That's even weirder. She's a finely dressed kobold.
If they have limbo at this party, we're all going to do very well.
Oh yeah.
Start a game of Twister.
Yeah.
Not Twister. I'm too short. My limbs are not long enough.
We stack up like Voltron.
I think we should just maybe go look around to see if we can find Aurora then.
Yeah.
All right.
I hate this dress. P.S.
It's extremely
looks nice on you.
extremely comfortable, and it looks lovely.
You look great.
I know, but I'm a rogue. It doesn't feel practical.
It's true. It's true.
I feel beautiful, but not practical.
That's true. I'll give you that. Although it is nice, isn't it, Freya? To not have to worry about all the reasons that you would need practical dress. I mean, this is a place with no threat.
I'm a
And
rogue. I always think there's threat.
and well, you would, and your senses are alert for it, and yet just nothing is pinging your sense of danger. It becomes difficult to keep yourself alert just because everything here is so safe and welcoming, and people don't intrude on your space, but people clearly people clearly see you and smile. A few people kind of, give an appreciative look to your gown. Get a little hungry, something delicious to nosh on. So you make your way, and as I said, the rooms are somewhat full, so you can't just plow, unless you want to plow through the crowd. It takes a moment to navigate through crowds, and, time is subjective here. It's hard to say exactly how long you've been here, but long enough, I would say, to get comfortable. And there's Aurora. She's in a little room off of one of these parlors. And the room is outfitted with a very, very large floor-to-ceiling mirror within a gilt frame. And
what's Aurora wearing?
It's similar in some ways to what she was wearing, but it's a gown. It's a very it's maybe a little severe, but it's fashionably severe. It's got a little bit of a jacket, like a little bit of a bolero jacket, a little bit of a bodice that then flares out into a lovely kind of flowing skirt.
I like it.
It's got a layer of very sheer lace or something over a thicker underdress. And
Oh
it's
my.
got little sparkles of maybe crystal or something in it so that it catches the light nicely when she moves. And you see her kind of checking herself. And maybe there's a little bit of something on the mirror because she brushes something at the mirror.
Hi, Aurora. How'd you get here?
She turns and looks at you and smiles and then reaches out her arms and she moves forward to embrace you all.
And I'm
Wait.
like,
Oh, I'm so glad
No,
I found
no.
you.
No. Mm-mm.
Are you okay?
I'm like,
Mm-mm.
I was worried.
why are you touching us?
I'm not going to do the accent, but it's in the accent.
The Russian accent.
Yes. I was worried when you all disappeared and then I found myself here dressed like this. I'm just very glad to see you. I was alone for a very, very long time.
Aurora doesn't do touchy.
Do any of you speak Draconic?
No. Speak Druid. I'm Druish.
Thieves can. I can speak to Aurora.
That's true.
So Siggy, whenever startled, reverts back to Draconic, just because. She like says under her breath, but Aurora doesn't like it when people touch her.
A young man.
I'm side-eyeing her.
A young man near you, Siggy, will kind of perk his head and take a few steps towards you, not really invading your space, but will look at you and smile, and he will speak to you in a poorly accented Draconic. This is a human man. Probably, maybe late adolescence. It's hard to, I mean, you don't really know human ages very well, but so not a full adult, but not a child.
What does he say?
Hello. I've been studying Draconic. I heard you speak it. I love the
Yeah.
language.
Your accent.
Oh, I know. It's terrible, isn't it?
You're pronouncing the S's wrong.
I don't have the anatomy to say it all correctly, but I try. Would you mind passing a bit of time with me? I have so little chance to speak to native speakers.
I feel a little suspicious of this because a human has never been nice to me. Like ever.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're all not humans. Oh wait, no, or
It's exactly
Or-
nice to you though, so
Aurora's never nice to anybody.
nope.
yeah, Aurora's not.
Well, maybe
So-
you just
so-
misjudged Aurora.
Maybe.
Mm.
But I'm just suspicious. So can I roll an insight?
Sure.
I just am not accustomed to humans being at all interested. An 11.
Seems perfectly normal, friendly, curious.
I can test this. I reach out a hand and I grab the side of Aurora's dress. And I look up
With your sticky fingers.
with my sticky fingers. What does she do?
I will say that she affectionately swats your hand a little bit and say, "You'll wrinkle the taffeta."
Oh no.
And then she smooths it a bit, gives it a little bit of a swirl, smiles. She looks lovely.
Something is horribly wrong.
I give her a very questionable look.
I grab Freya's dress.
And I just go,
Fine. You wipe your mouth with it.
We're gonna cut this part off later.
and then I say, Aurora, do you remember when we went into the house?
Oh, yes.
What attacked you?
The desk. Or a bureau or whatever it was.
And I'm just like,
Do you still have that teddy bear?
You'll never know.
Mysterious. You're pretty sure you do.
I know I still have the teddy bear.
You don't have your backpack.
Oh no, where's my backpack?
Don't know. You're just wearing a gown. But it's got a little bit of a, like, you've got it's not cold here, so it's really just for show. You've got a little bit of like a muff, like for keeping your hands warm. And as you think about it, you can feel the teddy bear in there.
Okay.
Shirley has this very large chartreuse gem at her bosom. Sitting in the cleave.
Mm-hmm.
Siggy scales. Bright gold.
I correct the human kids clicks, doing them very badly.
He will I mean, he's okay. I mean, he improves. Like when you correct him, he gets a little bit better. But it's still, I mean, he really doesn't have the anatomy to speak it well, and you know, it would probably take years and years of practice to simulate it, but it seems to be helpful. You correct a little bit of his, Draconic has very, very complex verb tenses, and so you correct some of his not only pronunciation but also his conjugation. He seems just rapt and fascinated.
I'm not paying attention to their conversation at all anymore.
Okay.
Distracted by how badly he speaks Draconic.
I say, I still don't believe Aurora. She seems weird. So I say, Shirley, come with me. And then I take Shirley and take her out of the room.
Okay.
And then I say to Shirley, I have a plan.
That's
It
great
might not
because I
work.
don't.
It might not work, but let's try.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Aurora who we are, but I'm not going to look like me.
Cool. I like it.
So I look around the room for someone who has a similar build to me.
Okay.
And then I use my disguise kit to disguise myself.
So talented.
Sure.
To look like that person.
Okay.
And then I go back into the room as the new person.
Go ahead and make I'm going to say dexterity plus your proficiency for using the disguise kit.
Okay. Whee! Okay. Not great. 10, 13.
All right. Aurora, would you mind making a perception check for me?
Get a low one. Get a low
10.
10.
Yep.
All right. In your absence, Aurora has moved over and to a little table and picked up some little canapes. Seems to be enjoying them, drinking a glass of what looks like sparkling wine.
Okay. So I go over to her as this person and say, oh, who are those new people that turned up and came and said hello to you?
Oh, hi, I'm Aurora. Those are my friends, Siggy, Freya, and Shirley.
How do you know them?
Oh, well, we've been on some adventures together.
Like what kind of adventures?
Well, let's see. We went looking for something. We found a hallway and there were doors. And there was a conservatory or something behind one of them, a garden, basically. And there was a house in the garden, and we went inside, and it seemed mysterious, and the furniture attacked us, if you can believe that. But we were successful, and then we went upstairs, and my friend Freya seemed very distressed by what we had. It just seemed like a room to us, but and then she found a teddy bear, which seemed to be very meaningful to her. And then we went through another door because, well, Siggy's very fascinated by gold and coins, and she said she heard some gold behind it. Turns out there really was a room full of gold, and there was a dragon in it, and we fought it. And then we won, and then Siggy turned to gold, which is a bit confusing, but oh well.
Aurora, sweetie.
Oh,
Hold
yes,
Grandma's
yes.
hand.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry, Shirley. And then we went to a party. It was a wedding party, and apparently Shirley's first husband wasn't very nice, and we sort of killed him. But he deserved it.
Are you always this chipper, Aurora?
I do feel pretty good, actually.
Yeah, but are you always this chipper? Because you seem very happy.
Well, my life was very rewarding, and my experiences since then with all my friends in the Menagerie have also been very rewarding. It's just good to know that existence continues and we continue to learn and make new friends.
Nice, lovely, nice. And as I walk past Shelley, I go, okay, code red.
Yep.
I'm like this. She's too chirpy. I don't believe it. Something's wrong. She called us her friends.
I mean,
Then I walk past.
Hold Grammy's hand, Aurora.
she will.
Okay, great.
I mean,
Dispel magic.
I'm sure you agree. Being alone forever would be the worst thing in the world. And you dispel magic.
Spell magic, yeah. All right. It is the DC check is
I mean,
10 plus.
No.
10 plus the spell level.
You and Aurora looks like excited, like to see what's going to happen, and nothing happens.
I let go of Aurora's hand, and I go back to Freya, and I say code double red. Code red Mountain Dew. I missed the giant black dragon.
This is scarier than the black. So
This is more terrifying than the black dragon.
Like, so it's not magic.
no.
No, this is not magic, and I don't know what to do.
So you're having that conversation. Siggy is becoming quite the taskmaster, instructing this young man in the appropriate idioms in the ancient Draconic language. So let's cut back to Aurora.
I'm assuming I'm seeing this more or less.
No, the figures moved far away, or far enough
So I
away
can't
that you can just see. You see shapes. You see. If you stand and look and you get very closely, you can see other figures, so more than just the four, more than just you and the other three. You see another figure taller, like you, come and talk. You see one of the small figures move away and then come back and converse with the reflection of you. You see one of the small figures and this new arrival, the human-sized figure, step a few steps away, and it looks like they're engaged in conversation quite close together. You see the reflection of you hold hands very briefly with one of those other small figures. And just at the edge of your vision, you can see what looks to be like maybe a few other figures of various sizes moving.
I'm gonna fog up the glass again and just like scribble on it. Like not trying to like write anything, but just trying to see if I can get a reaction out of somebody. And I'll just like try that a couple of times. Nothing.
The fog fades. You can't even really leave a smudge on this because it's not glass. It seems impermeable to any kind of grime or whatever.
And are there any other like, are there still more reflections if I look around, or
Yep.
am I just seeing this scene?
Yep.
Okay.
Same thing, as you mess with the glass, you can see the time delayed versions of yourself doing the same thing.
Okay. I want to turn and face one of my other reflections.
Mhm.
Maybe the one behind me. And kind of repeat the process of what I did with the first one to try to get it to not follow me anymore. Or is it still?
Yep. So to be clear, what you see in front of you, it's like you're looking through a frosted pane of glass and you can see the figures. In your peripheral, you can see the echoes of you, but you don't see like your face looking back at you anymore. You see the back of what you know to have been your reflection. So if you look to your, well, you look off to the side and then you reach out a hand and you hit a surface. And then you reach out to your left and you hit a surface. You touch here, you touch here, you touch here. And now everywhere you look, it's like you're looking through a frosted pane of glass.
I just like I'm kind of starting to lose my mind here, so I just kind of start like beating on it. Like, I want out of here. I don't like this. It's a too constricting. I don't know what's going on, and somebody is pretending to be me, and they look nicer than me, and I'm upset about that.
But can they drink as well as you?
I mean, I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, as far as you watch Aurora, you know, make a healthy dent in a decanter of sparkling wine. You hear the echoes of the hilt of your rapier striking the glass-like smooth walls.
Nothing. I don't have my stuff. Only got my sword.
This is just an FYI to my teammates. I have 2 first level spells left, and Shillelagh and Fire. And that's it.
Good. You're at a high society party. You don't need spells.
Well, I have a teddy bear in a muff.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice.
I am thoroughly distracted by telling this young man that he just keeps getting pronouns wrong all the time.
I will say it's somewhat endearing.
I'm stuck
He's
by his side at this point.
He's very unintentionally charming. Because if he was trying to be charming, you would probably find it suspicious. So he's just a disarming, open-minded, nice person who doesn't take anything, who is happy for your corrections. He doesn't take any of it personally. He just wants to learn. And he's asking you to speak to him in Draconic and tell him about your culture and your history and any myths and lore that you may have. So he seems just totally interested in everything that you have to say. And he's improving.
At us then?
Sure.
Okay. I say to Shirley, let's go check on Siggy.
I think she needs rescuing.
So we come over to Siggy.
Sorry.
Say, hey, what are you doing?
This guy he wants to learn Draconic.
Mm-hmm.
His accent needs work.
I'm sure.
Ah,
Yeah.
we have a little bit of an issue though. So maybe can you talk to him about Draconic later?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
What's up?
Well, my
And I look at the guy and I'm like, okay, bye.
Freya, go ahead and make a wisdom check for me.
Shit. Shit. Okay. Whee. 18. Wisdom. Is
That's
that
fine.
like the bit at the top?
Yeah. It's just a check.
Okay,
to
so
get through.
21.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah. Well, I hope if you get a chance later, I hope we can continue our conversation. Thank you very much for your time. And he will, reading the social cues, wander off and wave at a friend and go talk. You can hear him say, "Oh no, I was learning some more Draconic, see?" And then he will repeat, and it's better. It's better. He's picking up some of your lessons.
Okay. Something isn't right here. Aurora is being too friendly. She called us friends. She talked about our adventures and she was smiling the whole time, smiling the whole time, and was almost giddy. I don't
grabbed
eat
her
anything
dress.
in case there's something in the food. You what?
I grabbed her dress and she didn't roll her eyes. Something is wrong. My sweet little ice princess does not act like that.
No, and Nana knows. I think we need to look around. Like, don't eat or drink anything in case there's something in the food. But like, we need the dog's making a nesting. We need to look for clues. We need to look around for something something's not right, and we need to find out what.
Mm-hmm. This is why I read Miss Marple.
Okay. I think we should start in the room that we're in and look thoroughly, and then look around. Shirley did, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to dispel any magic on her. Nothing.
Yeah.
This isn't magic. Or it's way, way, way above my pay grade.
Shirley, I would like you to make a wisdom check, please.
Okay. Wisdom
check
that was a 14.
Something seems off.
Something seems off?
Yeah. Like Freya just seems, I mean, she's talking about, Aurora's all weird and she's being, it's like friendly. And it's like, no, but Aurora's friendly. I mean, she has her moments, but, I think I would say that you feel like Freya's maybe a little bit worried about nothing. Especially, I mean, to humor her, you dispelled any kind of weird magical influence, and there clearly wasn't any. Aurora's just a nicer person.
Yeah, no, this is... Maybe we are reacting. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, well, for one.
Yes.
I'm gonna look around this room that we're in to see if there's anything odd, because this whole situation seems odd. I'm in a dress. A kobold is in a dress, and Aurora is being weird. So I, for one, am going to check this room.
All right,
make every other room preceding.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
But they have baked mac and cheese.
Yes. Is this the main room?
There isn't really.
It's like
It's
a
just
side room, isn't it?
that there. Yes, you are in a parlor, but there are just an endless series of parlors and drawing rooms and
What
ballrooms
a
and
shit
banquet
farm.
rooms.
Um,
I've got a 10 in total.
I mean, you see lots of stuff, but nothing that seems odd.
is this the room where we first encountered Aurora? Maybe we need to look for clues.
Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't.
That's,
To
yeah.
my knowledge, you haven't left the room.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I tried to perceive.
I want to like, I want to look deeper. You know.
Yep.
I'll look for like signs of a struggle or.
Sure.
Just
Go
like,
ahead and make a perception check.
okay.
Hey, it's pretty good.
Mm.
I have disadvantage. Remember,
No
it's kobold.
dip.
11.
Dip, yes. There's a lovely like shrimp dip with lots of chives in it.
When I dip, you dip, we dip.
It's very tasty.
That actually sounds really good.
When you
CP's
find it.
allergic to shrimp.
Oh no. So you want to try it, but you don't.
Yeah.
With your attention distracted, Aurora just maybe gives herself one last look in the mirror. So, Aurora, you see the figure of you approaching.
I'm gonna copy her movements.
She looks at her reflection, dress it, just a little bit of a checking to make sure. And then you can see her eyes shift from looking into her own eyes into looking into yours. And then you see her smile. Can't hear the words, but you see her mouth. This is what you wanted. And then she goes back to looking at herself, checking her eyeliner a little bit.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Did she say that or did she mouth it?
Mouthed it.
Okay.
Did we see anything weird about that?
Not with those rolls.
Can I recall
We
back
rolled
to
before she came in the room.
It's not sinister. It's not threatening.
I know.
Thanks,
It's
Alexa.
my
It's
passive's a lot higher than any roll I'll ever do.
but it's a statement of fact.
I rolled a 4.
Yeah.
But aren't we like watching? Because obviously we did the perception and looked around the room before Aurora came in it. So now Aurora's entered and is looking in the mirror and like being all like.
You guys looked around the
"Don't
room and
I
Aurora
look-"
stepped back into the alcove to check herself out in the mirror. So no.
So we were in a different room to the mirror.
It's adjoining. It's an alcove.
I'm gonna make my way back over.
I mean,
to
you
where
probably
Aurora
noticed
is.
that she checks herself, but nothing seems off. Aside from the fact that she's happy.
Okay.
I recall back to when I tricked myself. Did the reflection have any sort of reaction when I did that? Like if I think back on what she did in reaction to what I did.
That was the moment that she turned her hand, that she broke the exact facsimile and turned her hand towards you to show that there was no blood.
Okay. So she didn't actually hurt herself.
Nope.
Okay.
And I would say she seems very nice.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that a lot.
Nice. She's always nice.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm known for.
Shrimp dip. So much dip.
So happy about all the caramel still on my clothes.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go to the mirror where Aurora is.
Yep. I would like you to, let's go ahead and get a wisdom check from you.
4.
The young man kind of waves at you. And kind of, he's talking to some of his friends, and they all kind of look up and like, oh, like they're excited to meet you. And he'll motion you over.
Okay. I'm gonna say, Freya, you stay here and investigate. I'm gonna go talk in Draconic. And I walk away.
And I go, great.
So you do. You go and talk in Draconic. Surely you have no idea why everyone's so upset. Well, it's not everyone.
No.
It's just Freya. Why is Freya being so weird?
Sweetie, they have the little snails still inside the shells. You should eat.
The garlic
It's good
butter
for you.
sauce? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they have any books?
You think you spy through an open doorway a library. It's one of these smoking
Okay.
rooms.
I may be tempted in a minute.
Depending upon your roles, you may be. Aurora, what do you do?
Can I see any of the small shapes that I saw initially when the figure turned around and went to embrace them?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
I'm going to say you first see Shirley clearly. As clearly as you see yourself. And then a few moments later, you see Siggy clearly. Siggy starts moving this direction and then cocks her head and goes over to join. It's weird because you can see Siggy very clearly, but the figures around Siggy are similarly kind of blurred, as if through frosted glass, but Siggy's quite clear. The other figure is still blurry, but you assume it's Freya.
I want to maybe try something. Could I expend a spirit point to try to forge a telepathic connection with Shirley?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Shirley, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't care if you can hear me. I need you to be quiet for a minute. Whatever that thing is that you've been talking to, it is not me. I'm trapped in some sort of reflection. I need you to get the others and find a way to get me out. Please.
So, Aurora, Shirley, walks up to you and says that. So moves away from the mirror, comes over to you, and tells you that.
I put one of the snails in her mouth. And I say, chew with your mouth closed. And then I'm going to go over to Freya and take her over to the mirror and point and reiterate and say, we got to beat the shit out of this mirror.
I say, why? You don't look that bad, Shirley.
And you see yourselves in the mirror. Actually, you both look quite lovely.
I poke the mirror.
It's
just
tick,
a mirror?
tick, tick, yep.
This might be bad. I swing my purse at it. Like hard.
Okay. You don't have a purse.
Oh. I do a flying elbow into it.
Make an attack.
Hard. That was a 3 and a knock.
You basically just like stumble and whack yourself into a mirror.
Okay.
I say, are you drunk, Shirley?
I start Shirley landing into the mirror.
Yes, you can see this clearly.
Okay, great. I'm gonna
What's in
start
those
pounding on it
snails?
again from my side eights.
I tried to reiterate what Aurora said to me, what Mirror Aurora said to me.
Well, Mirror
Thanks,
Aurora is now kind of doing this kind of at the air. She seems confused.
And I look at Shirley and go, you said she was fine.
I lied. So me. I'm old. I'm allowed to be wrong. You still have to know that I'm right in the end. Archimedes.
Archimedes.
It's like I can't really like move around a lot in this space. I'm assuming it's kind of
No, you
like
you totally can.
okay. I'm gonna walk.
Oh no,
closer.
you're in a ballroom.
I'm in a ballroom?
Yeah. Filled with people. You walked over and you told Shirley you were trapped. And they went and Shirley very feebly flung herself at the mirror. And then you started doing this. And then you're like, why am I doing this? You are standing in a ballroom.
Okay. I'm gonna walk over to the mirror and look into it.
You see you. Only you more desperate than you've ever seen you before. Pounding against these invisible walls. Crying. Terrified.
Gonna turn away and go back to the party.
Okay.
I furiously elbow Freya.
Ow. I'm like, what?
I'm not smart enough for this game. I'm so
Well,
confused.
we were just, I have a question. We were just stood by the mirror, myself and Shirley.
Yeah, you see yourselves.
So did
And then
Aurora push us out of the way to look at herself, or did she just look at herself above our heads because obviously she's taller than us? Like,
yeah, just steps up behind you and looks in the mirror and then turns and walks away.
So I look at Aurora and look back at Shirley, and then I'm like, huh.
Our solutions in the past have always been to just assault things, like just take out our weapons and start beating things. I'm like 4 more chips full of crab dip away from slogging the nearest person at this ballroom. That's not y'all.
And Aurora,
Like, we're
you're
gonna throw down.
you're
like,
you.
This is Golden Corral.
Aurora,
Did we
you are
see
you.
Aurora doing this?
Sure. For a minute, and then look confused, and then go look over in the mirror, and then kind of go,
Okay, so I'm going to go up to Aurora. I'm going to run up after Aurora and say, "What were you hitting?"
I'm not really sure. Just the spur of the moment weirdness, I suppose. We've been through worse.
Okay.
Look, we just fought a dragon. You think me punching the air a few times is the strangest thing we've seen?
No. You smiling loads was one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
When was I smiling?
You held my hand.
You
Ugh.
hugged us.
Ah,
You let Shirley touch your dress.
that would explain the stickiness of my hands. And, well, the dress is not too bad off.
I lean to Shirley and say, "She seems different again."
It makes me feel better.
But what? Why was she nice before?
I don't really want to know.
What are you two whispering about?
Snails.
Yeah. Chew with your mouth closed.
And grabbed it.
Grabbed it.
Right.
I'm 3
Well,
now.
as nice as Eternal Party seems,
Do you know whose party this is?
Do I?
no.
Oh, I have no idea.
Go ahead and give me an insight check,
Who?
Aurora.
Aurora. Thought so. You cheating.
18.
You don't know whose party it is, but you do know some of the people at the party. They're ghosts like you.
Part of the Menagerie.
Yep.
Are they the ones that went missing or the ones that we know are safe?
They are ones you haven't seen in a while. You assume to be missing. Well, Aurora assumes them to be missing.
I'm gonna relay that to the group.
The
I
only other member of the menagerie that you are aware of is off in the wing with the children and the animals. The rest of them have disappeared.
I want to find the closest one that I recognize.
Yep.
And be like, how did you get here?
Oh, we were all invited to the party. Just like you.
I never received an invitation.
Well, then how did you get here? It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. No one's going to be upset if you crash the party.
Well, it's weird. I was in a mirror world or something like that, and now I'm here. I don't know how my friends got here, but
That sounds like a fascinating story. You want to tell me about it? Maybe we get to share a drink?
sure.
Okay.
And grab some sparkling wine and, I don't know, find like a nice seat, plop myself down.
Yeah. You can tell your tale. They will listen.
Yes.
They will listen attentively.
And yeah, so I'll recap the story of what we've been through and be like, and now we're here. We were trying to find you, and now we did.
Well, this is a much better place. I can see why you'd want to leave all that behind.
Well, you know, it was rewarding in its own way, I suppose. It's been a while. Well, it's nice to experience things.
Oh, right. Well,
But
but now we have this. This is so much nicer than wandering around some drafty old house that isn't really a house.
Yes, but how are you sustaining yourselves here?
With each other. With food and wine and friendship.
We're dead. We don't need food and wine.
We're friends.
Oh, we all need
I don't need
friends.
friends if you're alive. Friends are overrated.
Life is empty without friendship. So is the afterlife.
Eh, well, there are other things besides relationships.
Wow. Methinks she doth protest too much.
You know, weird look.
I mean,
take a bill, drink.
you're here after all.
Yes, because we were on a mission to find the other ghosts, because we were a little weirded out.
Well, and now you have, and you know that there's just nothing wrong.
But how do we get back?
Back where?
Back to the house, to the menagerie. How do we get back?
Why? This is the menagerie now. We're all here. Now that you've
No,
joined us.
I don't quite like that.
But it's so much better. You don't have to wait in line for a little taste of life. We can experience it every day for eternity. Together. Like it should be.
Around at a party for the rest of eternity seems like it would get relatively old.
You would think so, but it doesn't.
Well, yes, time is weird.
There's always something new and fascinating happening. Someone new to meet, experiences to share, bonds to forge, things to learn about each other and ourselves.
Great. My favorite thing, socializing. Sounds more like hell.
You'll get used to it.
I'd rather not have to, so how do I leave?
I don't think you can.
Well, that's going to be a problem, because I don't want to stay here.
But this is where you belong. The old way of that we were existing was wrong, unnatural.
Yeah, we're sort of dead people that possess a body that is not dead. Of course, that's weird and unnatural. You think I
Yeah.
care?
Well, and the good news is you'll never get bored because there's always new people joining us. He will wave his hand over to a corner where you see a very, very striking, tall, dark-skinned woman, kind of mahogany skin, very broad shoulders. She's in a kind of, unlike many of the women, she's in a suit, but it's similarly very well tailored. She's accompanied by a very short kind of weasel-faced man who is telling a joke and he's laughing and kind of, you know, giving the old elbow in the ribs to a slightly larger, portly man with short, cropped, dark hair going a bit salt and pepper. They seem to be having the time of their lives. They will wave over at a group of sailors who are in their, you know, full regalia, as if they're sharing some sort of in-joke.
Oh dear. Gonna go back to the group. Like, so, I don't know what's happening here, but, would I I'm assuming, could I recognize the people that
Yeah.
I just saw? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw, like, you know, several people that the group we were with, is, you know, real life ghost, that we took care of,
Mhm.
that are also
Oh.
here.
Oh,
So it's not just ghosts.
oh, good. Grandma was one chip away from a felony, so we're just gonna expedite that process. She eats a chip.
Nobody seems to know a way out of here, though.
Or care to find one.
Yes, they didn't seem to care. They seem happy here.
Now that you know what to look for, you can see there's you can see out a set of glazed doors what looks to be a balcony. And beyond the balcony may be a bit of a lawn or something, which you know that there's a weird mishmash of interior exterior spaces. And you see a unicorn cavorting underneath a tree.
I hate unicorns.
This is weird.
Do you want to set the room on fire? I'm down for that.
Do we have anything to set it on fire with?
Fire, fire appears in my hand. Yeah. Yeah, I can do this. You just let me know.
I mean, hell, burn the place down for all I care. I don't know, maybe it'll do something.
Anything for my favorite ice princess granddaughter. I'm just gonna look around for the nicest, driest, most flammable looking curtain that I can find, and what I'm sure is a lovely parlor room. And I'm just gonna throw a little ball of fire at it.
I will say you start to.
Okay.
As you start to incant, a woman next to you, just one of the many people next to you, reaches out a hand and puts it over yours and says, "Now, dear, don't cause a ruckus. We're trying to have a good time here. Don't you want to have a good time with us?"
In the immortal words of the sages, the Rizza and the Jizza, I would like to start the motherfucking ruckus.
So you look down, and the hand that is around your wrist seems a little odd. Like maybe the fingers are a bit long. Skin a deep, deep purple. You look up. Lovely woman, fine gown. Slightly elongated, sharp features. You can see coming out of her coif 2 dark horns.
Kids, it's time to leave the Golden Corral.
I've made this place so nice for all of you. You should just relax and enjoy. There's nothing more to worry about here in my party. Stay here forever with not a worry or concern. This is the gift that I give to you. You wouldn't want to upset me. You wouldn't want to be ingracious, would you? Surely. I would like you to make a wisdom save, please.
Sorry.
I will be the favorite grandma of this household.
Sorry.
I'm going to spend another one of my points to double back and make sure. Really quick, is the before I actually do that, I wanted to ask: is this a?
It's a charm.
It is a charm. Okay, I have advantage on all wisdom, intelligence stuff because gnome cunning.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's better. Okay, 21.
Yes, you start to go, oh, you know what, you're right. I'm being so ingracious. This place is lovely. And, oh, there's a table over there with everything I need for crocheting and macrame. Oh, my goodness. And then
There's macrame.
there's macrame. You're so tempted. And then something in your gnome essence fights back. And you get a clear glimpse of what you now realize is a night hag.
Hag. I thought we were done with these.
Well, you were. You killed her.
Ugh.
Oh, gosh, gotta do this again. Okay.
So basically, because they killed her, she's with us.
Hag.
Who killed her? Which ghost was it that killed her? I need to know.
Oh, geez. Who,
Me.
what? It was?
Which one was
It was me. She was impersonating a
kobold.
dragon.
Yes, she impersonated a black dragon, in fact.
Yeah.
Oh
and I
no!
murdered her.
And then you murdered her. And I said that she died, but not really. Kind of. It's weird. Yeah. So,
Oh, no.
in case you
Also
haven't
had a
figured
weird
out,
nightmare about a lady snatching ghosts in here.
yes, everyone you yes, that's true. And everyone you've killed is here too. Now that you've seen that Delphine and Captain Bogue and Stitch and all the sailors that were
Oh,
murdered.
the sailors.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to say, I hope the angels aren't bloody.
Well,
Yeah, I didn't kill anybody. Okay. Grandma
I-
Shirley only killed her husbands. Let's make it clear.
I definitely killed people.
yes. I will say Kazazax is not here because Kazazax isn't dead. Anyway, neither is the
Right.
Archon, thank goodness. But I would say now that you think about it, you look around and you do see a rather confused looking diva who is still kind of glowing, but having a lovely, charming conversation with what you now realize is a Marrow in a tuxedo. They're exchanging stories, having a good old time. You emptied my old bag, but I found a new one, already chock full of souls. So why don't you just relax and enjoy? Don't cause any trouble, and everything will be fine.
No.
I'm the alpha grandma.
Well, I think we need initiative. Unless
Christmas
unless you
is
want
at
to
my house.
unless you want to negotiate with the spirit of a night hag.
No.
No.
Ziggy thinks she should have stayed dead.
Well, I mean, she did, sort of.
Tough you
Aurora,
out.
Not good enough.
what'd you get there, Aurora?
13.
And Shirley?
I got an 8.
Lovely. And Siggy?
Or
Oh, no.
And Freya?
Oh, 23.
Oh, beautiful. I
I'm so
think
happy about that.
I think Freya
I
will
don't
go
like going.
first.
That's my
Oh.
point. That's why I don't like going first. It's fine.
Freya, you are first.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I'm just gonna look what I've got again. Okay. Short ammunition range together. Okay. How close am I to this night hag?
Oh, within a few steps.
Okay. Okay. Well, I feel that I've known Shirley long enough that I read her face, and her face is ready for battle. So I'm like, okay.
Well, she literally
Let's
said,
do
"No,
this.
I'm the grandma here. There can be
Yeah,
only one."
So I'm like, whoa, it's about to kick off. So as I'm so close, take out my rapier because that worked so well last time when I fought the dragon. And yeah, try and roll to see if I hit a hag.
Sure.
At this point, I feel like Freya knows that Shirley
Oh shit.
writes checks that her mouth yeah.
Right.
Yeah, writes checks that her mouth can't catch.
Yeah.
Cash.
I might not hit it though. It's only a 17. No. Yes.
17 hits. Just barely. As you pull out
Minute.
your rapier and go to stab, one of the party goers.
No. Sorry. I was wrong. It's wrong. I added incorrectly. It's 15, so I might not hit it.
Okay, so you're going to stab, and one of the party goers next to you just accidentally kind of stumbles and jostles you and gets your aim.
Yep.
And then as you curse, oh, sorry, didn't mean to nudge you there, and then goes on about their business. That is your action. What would you like to do? You have a move and a bonus.
I will move and hide because there's lots of places.
Tons of places to hide. So yes. She will, however, as you move away, will reach out a suddenly very long
should I need
arm.
to disengage first.
In which case you wouldn't be able to bonus action hide. So it's your choice. You can disengage and move away and not hide. Or you can risk
I'll disengage and move away then.
Okay.
Because I think that's safer than getting hit by as she like decides to scratch me or whatever.
Yeah. Aurora.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my rapier and start stabbing.
Sure.
16.
Nope. Someone accidentally steps on the hem of your dress, and as you go to lunge forward, you're just pulled just short. And then they oh, sorry.
All right. I'm gonna disengage and move back.
Alrighty. Shirley, what you doing?
Gonna pull out a flame
Yes.
and just lob it at her.
Okay.
So it's a normal dexterity throw. It's like I just kind of lob a
Well,
flame
it's your spell attack. It's your spell attack roll. Yeah.
That is a 25.
That'll hit.
All right, it's gonna do 2d8 of fire damage.
Yep.
8 fire damage.
It looks like she takes some of that.
Okay, that's fair.
All right. Her go.
Wicked.
I love it.
She will reach out a hand towards a random party goer, and a little mote of light flies out of that person, and they stumble for a second and then go back to having the beautiful conversation that they were having, although they maybe look a little bit paler. Flies into her hand, and then she looks at Freya.
Yeah.
And says, "You like curses, do you?" I would like you to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw, please.
How do you know I did a curse, you bitch? That's what I think. I don't say out loud, obviously. Okay. do rolling the dice, hoping I don't die. Do roll it. 13. 16.
All right. At the beginning of every turn, you're going to need to make a wisdom save, or else you lose your turn.
Mother, you did the exact same curse against me.
Little wink. Oh my god. Oh.
Siggy, what do you do?
Is there any place that's dim light near her?
No, there's no dim light anywhere.
Okay, I'm just gonna run up to her and punch her a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds like a
What
plan.
we'll do. Is there anybody within 5 feet of her?
Yeah, let's say Shirley is.
Okay.
Because you guys were just talking and she just put her hand on you, so yeah.
16.
Nope.
Okay, let's try
Again.
again.
So someone as you run forward to punch, says, "Would you like a canapé?" And it just distracts you just enough.
23.
We've had a terrible round.
And then you dodge and like, "No, canapés!" Boom. and you connect with that one.
Okay.
Not the canapé.
I hate canapes.
Oh, sorry.
And that's an 8.
8 damage.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna.
And
flurry
your
of blows.
fists count as magical weapons, I believe, at this point.
Yes. A magic.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing, guys. I'm pretty sure a hag is like something to magic.
13.
No.
And then a 21.
Yeah.
Okay. 8. That's
Okay.
it.
Get a couple of good
That's what I-
good hits in. She will just brush her dress off a bit. And the people near you all kind of turn and look and go, oh, such entertainment. All right. Freya.
I'm just gonna try and shoot her.
Yeah.
From where I am. So let's roll.
Lining up your shot so you don't peg one of your fellow
Yeah.
Menagerie members in the head.
Yep. Or a sailor. Or a canopy waiter. Hopefully. Carry on.
Oh, no.
Bonus action hide. Bonus action hide.
All right. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
I rolled a 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. 5. But my stealth is 10, so 15.
She looks right at you and then laughs.
Great, good.
And then everyone
Great, good.
around you kind of turns towards you and claps directly in a circle around you, drawing attention to you. Aurora.
Great.
Oh,
right.
actually, go ahead and make a wisdom save, please.
Me? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't have done all that, could I?
Maybe.
I forgot. I was cursed. Whee! Oh.
Yeah, you just stood there. You imagined doing all that, but you just stand there. All right,
In my head.
Aurora.
All right. Go back up and stab her. I want out of here.
It's going well.
I don't want to socialize with people forever. 19.
Yes.
Sweet. I'm gonna sneak attack. $17.
Whew. Yes, you stab her right in the gut and pull it out, and then just a little bit of that silvery ectoplasm that passes for ghost blood comes to the surface and then dissipates. Shirley.
Did I note that Siggy's punches did a little bit better than my fireball?
I would just say you know enough about spellcasting to guess that she's resistant to fire damage.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna take a cue from my favorite golden grandchild and pull out my shillelagh.
All right.
Which is basically my staff, and just and then start trying to bop her in the face.
Sure.
23.
Yeah.
Okay. 4 damage.
Okay.
Rolled a 1 on a D8.
Wow. She doesn't like that.
I bet you don't. Christmas is at my house this year.
And you
Oh,
are
no.
you are a druid.
I am a druid.
All right. She will look at you and will say, "Children, make room." And then everyone clears out a little bit of a space. And as they do, a couple of little motes of light float from some of them and sink into her body. And then she puts her hands like this toward you, Shirley. And I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh no. That's a 10.
Sparking little arcs of electricity dance between her talons, and then a bolt flies out and zaps you. You know.
Yeah, I know.
How you zapped the dragon?
Yeah. Remember, kids, I like a nice, shiny grave marker.
Okay.
Leave Werther's on my grave once a week.
Already dead though.
Do it again.
26 points of damage.
Woo. Grandma's out. Sleep well.
And you just and then yes. Is anyone helping? Well, you don't die. Yeah. Well, it's the three.
Yeah.
It's the three rounds like normal. Okay, but then so she zaps the crap out of you, and then everyone who had taken a few steps back to clear the line then applauds like it's a fun little show. Siggy.
Okay. Are there any people that are conscious that are near her that are on my side?
Yes.
Everybody.
Okay, cool. Great.
Well, Aurora. Freya's deeper in the room, but yeah.
Okay, so 24.
Yeah.
Was that a
Okay,
crit?
and then another
No.
one. 18.
I think 18 hits. It does, yes.
Okay. So punch.
Yes.
16 damage.
Okay.
And then as my bonus, yet again, punch.
Lovely.
I may be a one-trick pony, but it's a good trick.
It's really good trick.
21
Yeah.
and 22.
Yeah.
So that's 11 more damage.
Ooh. Beautiful.
Magic fists.
Freya.
Yes.
Come help Grandma, sweetie.
Wow.
I've fallen. I can't get up. Where's my life alert?
Wow.
Okay, well, I've just rolled a 13. So
13 total.
where's me thing?
I think you have more than
Wisdom saving throw 16.
you are able to act.
Woohoo! Okay. How many thingy points have I got?
Have you used any?
Only against the dragon, but I don't know if we got them back because we
Nope.
rested. But
So you have
I
you have
used one.
2. So you have 2.
I have 2. Hmm.
Make a perception check.
Oh. Okay.
It's not a very high DC.
Okay. I got 15 and my perception is 21 then.
You just happen to like brush your hand against your muff. And you feel something moving in it.
My teddy bear.
Oh no, come on, y'all.
I'm
And I will even say
going.
it peeks its little head out of the muff and looks
That's
at you.
creepy.
It doesn't.
Okay, so
It seems friendly. It doesn't seem creepy.
I know, but
It
it's still
looks at you with
scary.
its little button eyes, and then it looks over at the hag and it frowns its little stuffed face.
Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do, I don't know how this fits in, but I'm gonna take the teddy bear out and then just kind of look at it.
It looks at you
Like
and
face
it
at
smiles.
me, and then I face it back.
Hang on.
And then I face it at me. And then he throws it back at the hag. And then okay. Can I use a spirit point to make this bear come to life?
You
like
you
become a
you you
big-
may certainly infuse it with some of your spirit if you would like.
So
Right
do
there.
and it becomes like yeah.
So you
Okay,
look at
so
this
I
thing.
do that.
This you are reminded again of the story of this teddy bear that this young girl found that was her protector and saw her through difficult times when she was a child, and then when she grew up, she became confident enough in herself that she didn't need it anymore. And there's almost like a sense of one more time. And you infuse some of your spirit into it and then toss it. And in the air, it
Towards the hag.
morphs and sharp spikes of bone pierce out of its back. And it grows long, shaggy hair, very vicious claws, long teeth, and is now a very, very large and very angry dire bear.
Oh, it's a dire bear. Cool.
Yes.
And that's near.
I will
the
say that took
thing.
your action. However,
Yeah, I would say I think that's fair.
however, it does act on your turn. So, hold
Dire. I'm gonna Google dire bear D&D.
At least it's helping us.
on. Yes.
Oh, this is not what I wanted. This is deep. No, where is
I don't know that they're actually stats.
D&D Beyond?
Yeah, I don't know that they're
Oh.
actually stats for dire bear.
There's one in dndwiki.com. It says armor class 17, hit points 125.
Yeah.
I know they said it out in 3.5, but
Yeah.
So
I think that's the
so I
one.
should look at this one. Is this okay? Okay, I'll look it up.
It's a different rule set, so its AC and stuff is going to be a lot higher.
Oh, okay. So ignore that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
So here we go. There we go. There it is. So it is going to bite and claw at her.
Cool.
The bite misses. The
Oh.
claws hit.
Yay. Go, bear, go.
And everyone in the party like, ooh, like this is a magic trick. She doesn't look very happy though.
Its name is Patches.
Its name is Patches.
Mhm.
It takes a healthy swipe at her. Cool. That was
My go.
Freya. So Aurora.
All right. Kind of weird that there's a bear, but you know what? We've done a lot of weird stuff in a nondescript amount of time, so I'm gonna stand here again. 23.
Yes.
$24.
Whew. Lovely.
Oh, I've just remembered that the unicorn outside is the unicorn.
Yep.
The bad unicorn.
Not bad. It's a perfectly lovely unicorn.
Unicorns are jerks.
But it was a bad unicorn in your story.
Yeah, but it's not anymore. Shirley,
Yes.
you are in the space where, I mean, you're in basically nothingness.
Oh, fun.
And you're floating in a void.
Mhm.
Not entirely sure of the passage of time.
Mhm.
But there is a flash, a soft glow at your chest.
Mhm.
And you look down, and that chartreuse gem begins to softly glow. And as it does, little tendrils erupt out of it.
Oh, that can't be good.
Little vines. Some of them have thorns. And they plunge painlessly into your flesh, spirit. Hard to tell the difference. And there's a bright green flash that you all see as Shirley, lying unconscious on the floor, just kind of shimmers into transparency and then reapparates. Your gown has changed. It is now green satin and velvet, cut to resemble summer leaves. There is twining embroidery to look like vines. There are little bits of tapestry that look almost like ripe fruits woven very subtly into the design of this gown. You are a miracle of druidic fashion. And you feel quite yourself. You feel quite alert and present, like maybe you haven't in a while. You also feel very toxic.
Mm-hmm.
So you're poison ivy now, basically.
I love it.
Yes.
Nobody messes with Graham.
So you will be doing some additional poison damage if you choose to do so.
Yeah, I do.
So, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna go beat her fucking face in.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Grandma's angry. All right, I'm going to attack with a shillelagh. That is a 25.
That will hit.
I'm gonna roll a d8. That was an 8 plus 3, so that's 11 damage plus whatever it is for any poison.
3d6.
Jesus Christ. So I said 11 before. Yeah, 8, and that's 9. I can do math. Wait, yeah, 20 damage in total.
Ooh. She doesn't like that at all. And you can see her kind of looking slightly sickened by the poison. Just as you strike, there's this it's quite lovely. It's little sparkling green motes that don't seem to bother anyone else, but when they hit her, she reacts in pain and they seem to bore into her flesh, turning her deep purple skin a kind of dusky blue. Maybe she's
Don't mess
allergic.
with nature.
Maybe she's allergic. Who knows? So she doesn't love that. She also doesn't love being punched in the face by a tiny golden kobold. So I would love it if Siggy would go ahead and give me a wisdom save.
That's a 10.
All right. So she casts her mind at you. What you see is her form morph and shape and elongate and get larger. You see her horns become longer and more ridged. You see her skin go from dusky blue to black and scaly. Before your eyes, she transforms into a huge black dragon that just reaches out its maws at you to bite. You take some psychic damage. You take 24 psychic damage
Ouch.
as this vision just bites into your flesh However, at the same time, this radiance, this golden glow emanates from your scales, and you can see as the dagger-like fangs dripping acid pull out of your delicate kobold flesh, the golden scales that cover you seal up, and there's a flash, almost a rebound. You guys, the rest of you, just see her stare over at Siggy, and Siggy go, ah! And then you see her react in almost exactly the same way. She takes a little bit of psychic blowback.
Bad.
And you see on the flesh of the night hag, these deep wounds just open up and begin to ooze. The gold of your scales flashes and then fades. Siggy.
Okay. I did not like that. I am going to hit her a lot.
Sounds like a plan.
19.
Yes.
Okay, one more. 25.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 9 damage. Bonus. I'm doing a flurry of blows. I did not like that. Did not like it. 24.
Mm-hmm.
And 20.
Yep. All hit.
That is a 13.
All right. So you strike her in the flesh. Sickening thud. You hear and feel something break. You strike her again, and it gives in a way that doesn't feel healthy at all. You strike her again, and it's like you're hitting a wall. And there's a cracking sound. But you're
Michael?
yes.
No, I meant my grandson.
And then the final crack. You're just like you're in the flow, and then you crack again, and it's as if she is painted on a pane of glass. She and the scene of all the revelers are projected on a pane of glass, and you've gone from punching this increasingly broken and gushy figure to punching the pane of glass, and with your final strike, you shatter it. And these spinning shards of reality of this ball, this gala, spin off into space. You can see the people within still cheering and laughing and enjoying their canapes, but just in tiny shards. All that's left are the four of you standing in nothing. The shards of that dream floating around you, getting more distant, sparkling as if they're stars.
I broke the peach dream, y'all.
I was gonna say elaborate.
What happened to Patches?
There is a teddy bear with you,
Yeah.
badly worn, much
would-
loved for many years by a child, but seemingly devoid of magic. There is likewise a quite lovely but very mundane gem around your neck.
Oh.
Surely. And
So-
Siggy, your scales do have a little bit of a luster to them, but they're not gold, but maybe like they were at some point, briefly. There's a little bit of iridescence in whatever amorphous source of light. And Aurora has friends. So, I think we will leave you here in this space to decide what it is that you would like to do.
Do I have my backpack back?
Sure.
Put the teddy in my backpack.
Along with the book.
Patches.
I can
You-
always mend patches.
You have your memories. You have the things that you've learned. You have all of your possessions that you consider part of your identity. And as these sparkles fill the sky, they highlight or they backlight a large structure kind of on the horizon. It's like a big old creepy house in one direction. And in another direction, open space. And who knows what lies there. So, we will leave you all there to decide whether you want to go back, join the menagerie, or find some new adventures. But
Sometimes
regardless,
the way forward is the way back.
yes. And sometimes the true treasure is the friends you made along the way.
Until next time.
Legally.
Dice tray out.
Yes. Yes. So, I think we'll just end on an ambiguous moment. We'll see.
I love that.
Because you may decide all sorts of things.
Mhm.
But suffice it to say that you have learned some things about yourselves and each other. You made some decisions, and you are now free to do as you will. In theory,
I vote for whatever we do, we take a long rest.
Yes.
Grandma's got a nap.
yes. You can take a nap.
Can I say though, I wasn't hit that whole game.
Wow.
Yeah. No, neither.
Well, you kept hiding around the corner.
Hashtag being a rogue.
Yeah.
Yay!
I got hit a lot.
Yes, you did.
Just
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Different play
Yeah, damage.
styles, isn't it? Different play styles.
Yes.
gotta make myself.
All right. So, hey, you guys stream and stuff. So why don't you give everyone who joined us late or those that have been with us from the beginning a little bit of a reminder of who you are and where people can find you?
Starting with. Okay. Hi, I'm Hel. I stream on Twitch and stuff. I like to play a lot of very difficult games in a really chill way, whilst talking to my chat about varied, broad topics. We like to learn. So if you have fun facts, we would like to learn about those, and we will also tell you our fun facts. Yes, and I also have a dog named Barkamedes who
Yes.
features prominently on my stream. Thanks, Bark. I'm sorry I forgot you.
Okay. Don't forget about me.
Co-star.
Okay, that's it.
Rachie.
I'm Rachie H. I also stream on a place called Twitch, like hell. I'm also a variety streamer now. I stream mainly on a Monday and a Wednesday, and then do a lot of no mic, no cam stream raiders. And if you want loot, lurk for loot. And yeah, I like to play a lot of co-op games. I'm a big co-op fan. So I've recently been playing Kiwi. That was fun. And yeah, I'm hopefully going to start doing some more artsy stuff. So keep an eye out for that. And thank you for having us. Okay, I'm done.
Tough.
Maybe a tough love, or a tough, or a torf, or a torflorf, or a truffle, or whatever other random nickname somebody gives me. Use. I'm a variety streamer. I play a bunch of different games. I'm playing a lot of spooky games this month. I've played a lot of Resident Evil in the past. I've cosplayed Resident Evil in the past on stream. We did do D&D for a little bit. That's kind of up in the air right now, whether that's coming back or what we're doing there. And yeah, my streaming schedule is weird because I work retail and I get my schedule every week, so I have to base around that. But typically, right now, Mondays morning streams, and then Tuesday, Thursday afternoon streams is about where I'm at right now. So hopefully, I'll be streaming tomorrow.
And I am Morrowind in my sales, or whatever other silly nicknames people want to give me. I am Hell's IRL husbandu. The only neckbeard that can challenge her neckbeard, in my opinion. And I occasionally stream on Twitch, usually doing Link to the Past randomizers or something else, variety stuff. And I do Tic Tacs where I just do motivational stuff. Not a big deal, but that's probably where I'm most active. And then I'm usually in almost everybody's chats.
Motivational Pokemon posts. Love it.
Motivational
Yes.
Pokemon posts.
It is now.
That's what it's all about.
Excellent. Excellent. I am Michael or Zero Daylight. I know that it needs spaces. CDB, I'll fix it. And I normally say I don't stream, but apparently I do know this is my second one. So I guess that's not true anymore. But I am not a streamer by profession. I do, however, play lots of silly games with silly people. And you can catch me next on Wednesday over at Duckworks channel as I actually get to play a totally normal human being named Poe, who just happens to have 6 fingers on each hand, is definitely not a tiefling, who now owns a copper mine. Thank you very much. Haha. And then you can catch us on Saturday as we start Teen Justice Academy, which is a Masks, a New Generation superhero game. It's a powered by the apocalypse game, so it's very fun, very easy to pick up. Lots of silliness will happen then. And then on Sunday, that will be a 3-part series. On Sunday, we will have a true one-shot of Zombie Minnesota, where a number of people that you will have seen around the streams are playing themselves as they come to the Twin Cities for JuiceCon at about the same time that the zombie apocalypse happens. So basically, it's going to be, we'll keep going until everyone's dead, so it might last 30 minutes. And then if you are curious about the rest of the things up and coming, you can check out the schedule, which is on the About page of the C+ Content Twitch, which you are looking at right now. And I did remember, thank you very much, I did remember to turn on the little button that will save this to VOD, so I will be posting this to the C+ Content YouTube, assuming I can figure out how to download it, and I didn't make a mistake. It's entirely possible, so this should be memorialized for all eternity. And yeah, and our main D&D game over at Justice TV and Licity channels will be picking up again, not this next Sunday, but the Sunday after, as soon as Lissa returns from the UK, when she was doing all kinds of completely pointless things, just, you know, hanging out, eating food, and getting engaged. Congratulations, Lissa. So yay, she's gonna come back, and then she's gonna forget all about us because she's moved on to the next phase of her life. That's fine. That's fine. We just have to. We'll just have to deal with it. No, we're very excited for her and glad to have her back when she does return. Yeah, exactly, Roboria, normie stuff. Ugh. But anyway, but we're very happy for her nonetheless. So yeah, that is it for our 2-shot. Thanks, guys, for coming and joining and diving in on a kind of thematically different, tonally different sort of game. A little bit creepier, a little bit more cerebral, a little bit more surreal than some of our other games, but I think you all did fantastically and added a lot to the story, and I think we ended on a very satisfying, if ambiguous, place. If you think this means that there might be future Oops All Ghosts special episodes, there very well might be, especially as the population of ghosts grows. So nothing in the plans at the moment, but as we flesh out the next year's worth or the next season's worth of content, it will definitely be in the back of my mind. And I am very curious to see what these particular ghosts decide to do with their afterlives. If they go back to the Menagerie or if they try to see what else is out there. So give that a thought. And if you have any particular thoughts, let me know, because that might actually shape the future of the story of the main campaign, because Ghost is an integral part. And what happens to the ghosts could affect the world, frankly. So, in all sorts of horrifying ways that are unpredictable. So yes, please give me ammunition with which to torture everyone else. I would appreciate it. Awesome. And last but not least, thank you everyone who tuned in. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you come back and watch the next kind of limited series that we are running. And then, of course, come back and join us for the main campaign as well. It is wonderful to see you all, and we will see you all again soon. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, friends.